frantically prep because I have no idea what you guys are doing. So let's find out.
We're doing all of it.
Woo! This
Speaking
is
of which, hey,
yo, what's up?
oh, this is for Gale. Whenever you're ready.
No, go for it. I'm gonna go.
This might help you. Okay. Hey Gale, I know that we found out some information about Shul, but was there anything else that you think we should try finding out about specifically, not just yeah?
I mean, she's dead now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or maybe even Osadirith. I mean, like, we didn't really learn what his plan was other than to connect this place with that place.
Yeah, you probably already know this, but that crack was connected to the storm cellar.
Yeah.
But I suppose his plan was come here.
Is his plan just to, like, I don't know, world domination or something? Something lame?
World domination is not lame.
It's not very original.
Yeah,
This
it's
is
a little
true.
cliche, but
Pedestrian.
also it's, not impossible.
One
So,
can change the world the most when you control it.
Do you think his goal is just world domination then, or do you think he actually has another goal?
I feel like there might be more to it, but honestly, I don't really know. Like, if you think you can, talk to this place and find out some more information about what
That was my
he
plan.
wants or what they were doing specifically, that'd be great.
I have a few questions I kind of drafted. That pulls out a piece of paper. They're pretty simple, and some of them aren't as important as others. Depending on the answers we get, we might have more questions. Obviously, what is Osadirith's goal would be a good first one. We might not get anything, but we may.
Yeah, if you can get something out of it, it would be a good starting point.
Another one that might give us something is where are secrets you have we haven't found yet? It knows where we've been, so.
We should start with that one.
I hate how fucking clever that is.
And then maybe
start with that one.
Yeah.
I just got this from God that we should start with that one.
Other questions I have are: have any people? I forget if they were wearing gold and purple. The lizard person that we found in the other area, that went into the to the Hell's Fly.
I'd love to learn some more about those assholes.
Kind of see if maybe they came through here. I don't know if they have, but maybe there's a connection. And then what does they know about Octurus? If Shul had talked anything about it, the city might know. And then the last question I have is, what do you know about the lava flow and their cause? But I should probably number these in most important to least important. I only have 10 minutes, so I'll start with the secret one. And I can do the goal one.
And then probably the lava flows, I think, is the next most important.
Okay.
Or most likely to get us a good answer.
Okay. Then we have, what should be next? The goal, or what does it know about Octurus?
Maybe Octurus, and then goal.
All right, and then the last one I have is the robe one. And obviously, I will convey what I get, and if we need to change some of these questions, it's fine. I feel like the one about the people in the robes might be a long stretch, but there's still possibilities of connection. You never know.
It's at least worth checking out.
All right. Inspiration was a big old tie for second. Gale, and then tiebreaker goes to Nomad and Nordo. When we left off, you guys had defeated Shul, and you'd done some looting. You had found the prisoners. You had spoken with Marvel briefly. You had discovered a vault that had a lot of loot in it, most of which you had gathered up, some of which you'd identified. And that's pretty much where we left off. You guys were kind of discussing what else you wanted to do while you were here. Ace is, talking about possibly communing with the city. Norda's talking about using the scrying orb some more. Moat wants to check out maybe the nearby lava flow. I say nearby with air quotes. It's actually like a 4-hour walk away. But yeah, that's where we left off. It's about dinner time. You're all starting to feel a little bit worn out. It's been a very big day. There's still time to kill before, sleeping, but it's kind of up to you. You guys have the evening.
Yeah. One thing we should probably do is all of your brethren who were in the locker, we probably shouldn't let them leave the city until I commune with it, because it will know what they know. Which could be either good or bad. Obviously, your really intelligent friend would be a good person to stay in the city since he knows a lot. But obviously, if the kobolds think they know things, it might end up hurting our results.
How many kobolds can we bring with us, by the way?
I think the submarine is full. But I also don't know if they really want to leave them to the top.
How long were we swimming, actually?
I believe it was a grand total of about 40 minutes.
Okay.
The day prior to that, it was like 2 or something hours, I think, was like our longest stretch of swimming.
Yeah, and that was through the... there were a couple of underwater flows, but that was not the big fiery one where you guys fought that weird thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think I can at least make sure that everybody can swim and follow along. Once we get to the surface, I don't know how much we can do. The airship is only going to hold so many people. But I can at least make sure that everybody gets to the surface with us.
Not to make
Excellent.
matters worse than they need to be, little dragon, but how about the other ones that went out through that tunnel you and I followed them to? Said to meet you by the pink mushrooms or whatever.
Yeah. We should probably do that too.
Well, we have time. I mean,
Maybe a lot
obviously,
to
we still need to go and check out Vasu's home. But
We should definitely make that a priority soon.
Please, could we?
We do not want more islands falling.
yeah, and then in a few more days, I can ask your city questions.
It's probably pretty talkative.
I hope so. I've only talked to one city so far, and it's been pleasant. He gives a little chirp. This city is rather ancient, so
You try to
May
talk
know
to
a
Ivor,
lot.
and it's just like, shut the fuck up!
I was about to say, I really regret that when you spoke to Redbark Port, the city itself didn't have like a bit of a Hilljack accent, and that's definitely going to be a thing I retcon.
that's fine. And it is canon now that it had a little that accent.
It occurs to me that these cities should absolutely have their own personalities.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The prisoners are starting to get a little bit like, we've been in here for like an hour. Are they going to let us go? Are we?
We opened the doors.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
Then the prisoners are very thankful. A lot of them begin to basically loot alongside you guys. They're content to take all the scraps that you leave behind. A lot of them grab like mining tools. A couple of them grab weapons. A bunch of them grab clothes. They are conscientious enough to not like try to go in there and take the gold that you guys were rifling through. A couple of them do kind of go in there once you've cleared it out of all the real gold, and they just like spend an inordinate amount of time interacting with the fake gold and trying to like, I know if we do something it's gonna turn real. Like, we just gotta look at it. There's an angle to this, right? There's got to be some way to make all of this gold, touchable. And they kind of entertain themselves with that for a while. But Marvel,
I love these guys.
He's curious to know. So, I take it you've been busy with something. What have you been up to? Gallivanting about with these strange folks?
Yeah, well, after we got separated, I nearly drowned, and then, Vasu, that one, and I put him
Hi.
Vasu.
Oh, he's
Uh,
quite tall.
he saved me. Spent a little bit of time recovering, and then we got kidnapped, and that's where I met these guys. We were in a fighting ring for a little bit, and ever since we've been kind of just traveling, trying to get our bearings, because I really didn't have much of a sense of where we were geologically or geographically.
I see. Most impressive. I'm frankly not certain what happened. I remember going under, and everything got very dark and cold, and I woke up on a beach somewhere. By all accounts, I think I should probably be dead, but here I stand.
That's about where that's basically how I felt too.
Well, fate has spared us for a reason, no doubt. And I don't think it's to sit cooped up in this jail cell for much longer.
I hope not. Let's get everybody out of here.
Be sure to forage supplies, everyone. Nomad is like explaining to the. If you are to leave, you cannot starve.
Hey, Marvel, are you gonna stay here with us for the night?
I don't suppose I have anywhere else to go.
Fantastic.
This place is quite drab. I always sort of, imagined that maybe it was just the prisons that were so dank, but even up here it reeks of old. Old and boring.
Ah, but old has stories. And with stories comes knowledge.
True.
On that note, there, Loke, did you want to go ahead and ask your questions? See if that guides on his next steps a little bit.
Yes, but I'm particularly going to wait for maybe the kobolds, other than Marvel, to leave the settlement. I'm sure they have many secrets that aren't actually secrets.
So you kind of sit around and you give them an opportunity to forage and to loot, and it becomes apparent to you after, like, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half of all this, that, like, they're kind of just hanging out here. Like, they don't really have anywhere to go. Some of them are like, oh, I call this spot. Oh, look at this. This bed is huge. And, like, 4 of them start jumping on Shul's bed. Like, a couple of them sort of just start to wander off through the cavern out back, and some of them start to check out the courtyard. Nobody really, like, none of them really leave, or at least the main bulk of them don't leave. They're kind of making themselves cozy.
Oh, well, if they're staying here, that's good. This place can be maintained for when we come back.
I highly doubt they were maintained to any degree of livability. They're shitting through a hole on a second floor into a room that was not a bathroom.
Oh, yeah, well, how do you shit? What hole do you shit in?
I usually do it in a place where I'm not living.
I do not.
Nobody sleeps in the chamber pots.
Okay, you could also remove the chamber pots when they are full and dispose of them further from your location. It is more sanitary.
Okay, sure, all right. Mr. Fancy Pantsy over there with his removable chamber pots.
You can just use a bucket.
Perhaps you can use the prestidigitation spell. This helps sanitize the area.
The what now?
Prestidigitation. I do not know who named it.
It's a magic spell that you can make things clean with.
Oh, well, that sounds great. So, who's gonna do it?
Not it.
Let me teach you.
Like 8 of them, their eyes go wide. Oh my god, really?
I do not know the spell that Moat does.
Let me teach you. Moat, come here.
This is the moment of betrayal of faith that we were talking about just hours ago.
This is what you call, hey, gods don't teach people things. They're messiahs. So
I will gather up as many kobolds are willing to listen to me try to teach them presto, and I will try to teach them.
Okay,
I am so proud.
oh boy. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh boy.
I will help you. 14 at least.
So you spend probably the better part of an hour and a half trying to, like, just walk them through the rote motions. None of them are going to understand what they're doing. None of them are really going to be mastering this. And honestly, like, for this to work at all, one of them would have to have some sort of, like, prior arcane connection. Like, nobody learns how to be a wizard and cast a spell in a couple hours. But one of them, towards the end, does kind of, like, snap her fingers just sort of the right way. And there's a little spark that kind of, like, flies off of her fingers, and it lands on the stone floor, and it fizzles out after a couple minutes. It's definitely not a full prestidigitation, but she did something. You can tell she's probably got some sort of, like, you know, sorceress origins or something.
Look at that. You're a natural. You'll be cleaning up shit in no time.
Thank you, sir.
You are an excellent teacher.
I found my calling.
I'm going to see if we have any spare stones that we could use to just craft a presto stone for them. Can I do this?
Yeah, go for it. Let me see.
What?
Do you need any help?
Sure, I could always use help.
I'm great. Oh wait, you're crafting. I thought you meant you were going to find a stone on the ground. Never mind.
I mean, you
Oh
can
no, like
still
Krayak.
go look if you want.
crafting.
You've got a pretty good collection here.
Yeah, they only need to be able to, like. Well, how many prestos does it take to clean chamber pots? Unlimited, right?
I mean, it's a square foot, but yeah, it's a cantrip. In theory, if you have 4 cantrip level stones, they'd be able to do it as much as they wanted.
Do we have 4 cantrip level stones? I will replace it.
You do. I'm trying to figure out what color that would be. Probably.
They're just 0, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the 0 level, 0C. This would probably
They can start
be...
fires, they can clean, they can make something dirty, they can make something flavor.
Yeah.
But in this case, we're just trying to make them clean things.
I'm gonna go
I
with...
feel like you'd almost need like prismatic for it.
Yeah.
Because it can
sounds
do
like
so
it.
many different things.
Right. If it was actually letting you cast the prestidigitation spell, it would probably need to be either like pink or prismatic. If you're specifically wanting to restrict this to like the cleaning element
Yeah,
of
just cleaning.
prestidigitation, I would probably go with black.
Makes sense. How many blacks do we have?
Yeah.
These are all strong blacks though.
They
They
also
are.
could just learn to clean. Like,
Good.
like they could learn how to be responsible and learn to clean.
That is absurd.
Don't be ridiculous.
If
Can
they
people
want to do it the
learn?
old-fashioned way, I will help them. It's good. It builds character.
Do they even have toilet brushes here is the problem. Do you want us to just craft toilet brushes?
They don't. So okay, like notably, they don't even have like chamber pots. It looks like if there ever were any, they've been like sort of ripped out. It's literally just holes in the upper story floor that fall down to a lower story.
Yeah, wasn't this like a shower room or something that they just been shitting in?
It's kind of hard to tell what it originally was, but it's like this side room. There are holes in the floor, and it looks.
I'm talking about the one on the bottom floor. I think we went in there.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't remember if there's already been a roll for it. It's hard to tell what the original.
I did
purpose of
roll
this
for
room
it. I
was.
just don't remember what you told me it was. I thought you said it looked like it was like a shower room or something.
Yeah, probably something like that. And Nordo's absolutely correct. This is peak D&D.
We're just helping kobolds have a sanitary shitting station. Yeah, that makes sense.
On the wrong elements here. Maybe we should
Make a chute that
To the
sends it
city?
over to the lava?
I mean, yes, that would be the logical choice, but no, we're leaving. We're all
know.
leaving here. We don't need any of this.
But are they leaving? And we might
yes,
come back.
they are
This is the-
leaving.
Gale, you're supposed to leave things better than you found them. It's the
Yes,
cardinal
that's why we're
rule.
taking everybody with us.
Fine.
If we leave them here, they're gonna
Fine.
get killed.
Whenever you do take over your kingdom, make sure that your kingdom has sanitary plumbing and
Obviously, I'm not a barbarian.
I
No
know
offense,
you're
Nordo.
not, but you're.
That
but,
is offensive to the barbarians we have.
I was about to say, I'm kind of with the kobolds. What they're doing here is better than what we did with the orcs.
I have no clue what you did with the orc.
What did you do with your orcs? Apparently our orcs were nice and clean.
I feel I must interject here. It's actually quite a marvel of our civilization. We do have running water and plumbing. which is impressive for an underground city. We bring it all in.
You
through
have
the cellar
running
door.
water.
We do.
I'm assuming you mean back in Storm
Storm cellar, yes.
Cellar.
This place is just not ready yet, I suppose.
Oh no! I
Well,
don't.
what do you think the past civilizations you did? I'm assuming dark elves were here. Some drow.
Do elves even
Yes, they do defecate.
do that?
I don't think they do.
Yes,
Now
They
they're the
produce
perfect
glitter.
I
combination.
know quite a lot about elves.
No, I always heard that they just kind of kept it all inside of them, and that's why they got real gross and foul and unpleasant to be around.
We
Yeah,
had one
Vasu's
at my
right.
monastery, and he
That sounds
never
like
did.
a lot
I'm
of
sure
racism.
I have it on good authority. My friend back at the monastery, who's an elf, he never once did.
Why are we doing this? Why don't we just ask Moat?
Hey, Mo, you poop?
Well, I'm only half elf, but my mom doesn't.
Insight check.
Or
need
his mom's a tiefling.
I just immediately believe this.
Oh, well, I did not know that, Moat. Huh.
I just real fascinating stuff.
Do they even eat? I mean, I guess they do. Elves are weird.
Magic.
Poop talk aside, I think we ought to decide who wants to use this orb next. I think we better make a point of using it on the hour.
I know. Let's see. Flicko to use it just for his thing, and you've used it once. I know you want to use it more. No,
Yeah, I
Matt, do you
got
have
a
anyone
chance
that you
to-
need to spy on?
I got a chance to look on Leah, so I've got a few other people, but certainly if everyone else has ones they want to look in on.
Is she
Hmm.
okay?
Yeah, she's it's strange. She's apparently the captain of a ship. She had she was in the captain's quarters of a ship anyway. Somebody called her captain, and she had a orc's hand that she looked like maybe she cut off from the tribe I used to
Oh.
be a part of, and she had lightning flowing through one of her arms. Strange, but she's captain of a ship now. I guess she must be doing all right for herself.
That's amazing. Did you catch the ship name?
I didn't, not yet.
That's all right. We'll find her.
Could we possibly use that to track down the people that stole that stone from
Oh,
Isomar?
like that lizard guy. The lizard guy we saw.
Yeah, we've seen him, so
Yeah.
we could certainly try. Do we have anything that belonged to him? I don't think we made off with any of his stuff.
It would help very much if we had a name.
Do we know that he stole the stones?
We do have his name. It was that me, Nordo, and definitely not Zeke. Go look it up.
Let's look it up.
I didn't think we learned the name of the lizard guy. He just
Oh,
kind
it
of.
we
was
do, we
written
Oh wait,
down,
from the crazy bird guy.
Yeah,
Grover.
Grover wrote it down. Excellent. That helps a lot, actually.
Does it matter which one of us does it? I mean, I got a pretty good look at his face.
Tell me everything you know about him.
He is
He
lizard.
has a. Yeah,
was
he
this
had a
guy's
face.
name?
If you want, you can just give me an int check.
Varder. His name's Varder.
There you go.
Order.
Yeah, I could look into that.
I would appreciate that.
I think that'd be an excellent use of it.
Well, should we do that before I do my communing?
Probably.
They say we better use it so we can start cooking
Yeah.
again, so we can use it again after that.
I do not have anyone I wish to scry on safely. I feel like if I try, they might be able to track.
I could scry on Chelsea, and he like bounces a little bit and chirps.
You could.
But it's not really necessary.
If you want to do it, little orc, I mean, I don't think any of us is necessary for sure, but
Well, you're trying to find out the whereabouts of his sister, and I have a good idea where Chelsea is. I doubt he's really gone too far from the island, if at all off the island, and he's not in any danger.
It
And
would
if
be
he is, he
good.
can handle himself.
I understand. I just mean I'd also like to look in on my my brother, and he says the Orcish word for brother, Oonga Boonga brother. And that's not especially important, but something I'd like to do if we get around to it.
Well, for now, why don't we go ahead and look in on this bard before
start with
we
that.
make any more decisions.
Every time we do the Oonga Boonga thing, it feels like it should be offensive, but I don't know to who. It reminds me of the old Geico commercials that are like rude to cavemen, and I feel like maybe we're pissing off cavemen out there,
Cavemen, though?
right?
We're gonna find out that orcs are real, and they're gonna find this cast, and they're gonna be like, these are the first people to die.
I like that we're worried about being offensive towards orcs and cavemen, but
But
we're
not
literally
elves.
talking about how elves can't shit.
Well, nobody cares about elves.
True.
All right.
Except for Moat's mom.
Okay, so who is scrying and who are you scrying on?
Perhaps it should be someone. We should be careful, because if it's someone speaking a language we don't understand, they'll have to either know the language or have a magic spell that lets them understand languages, and being able to see in the dark would be beneficial as well.
Vasadiva, you speak those lizard folks' language, don't you? Same as the kobolds and dragons and such, and this is sort of your business if you want to do it.
It's kind of rude to assume that they all speak the same Draconic, but yeah, probably. I'd like to look in on this.
What languages do you know by chance?
Let's see. I've got Common, Aarakocra, Orin, and Draconic.
Can you see in the dark?
Sure can't, unless I got these goggles on.
I don't think the goggles were really. Would the goggles go through the scrying warp, you think? Nomad?
Does not use your senses, no, not that I know of.
Hmm.
Let me read this spell descriptor.
And Gale, what about you? What languages do you know?
Common, Undercommon, and Draconic.
My only concern is, what if they do speak Undercommon?
Let me go double check. Nordo, because I think I have a rule about that somewhere.
Or ideally, we could have Elise. Do you have enough magic to cast tongues?
Let me go double check. I think she just got 6 back from leveling up. These.
Yeah, tongues is requires 5 points.
While we're thinking on that, this is a long shot, but I've got these, and Nordo pulls out of his bag a pack of very, very fancy cigars. It's like I took them off of Mr. White, that dragon we fought. Could check in on his whereabouts.
Okay, so
good
for scrying, it says you can see and hear as if you were there, so I believe it uses your senses.
It does.
So if you have dark vision,
So if you don't have dark vision and he's in a dark place, you won't be able to see.
but if he has his goggles on, that should be fine.
Should it? Do the goggles just let him see through the goggles, or is it that they actually give him the ability to see? For instance, if he
So-
puts the goggles on his forehead, can he have dark vision?
This one would come down to the way that we flavor the spell. And because you guys are casting scrying by looking through an orb, I would rule that you were looking through the glasses at the orb, so they would help you.
That
Do
makes sense.
all of us look through it, or just the person who's casting it?
It's only the person who's casting it, so there's still some degree of magic there.
Mhm.
But yeah.
Ideally, also, if I did it while I'm looking through it, anything I could hear, I could just mimic out loud, and if it's a language anyone else understands, they can understand it.
Excellent.
Probably sounds like a better idea, and you got better eyes than I think any of us here, or most of us combined even. So you'd probably pick up on more than we would.
Yeah, could be a good idea. It's up to you guys.
This sounds
got
like a
my
good
vote.
idea.
All right. I guess we'll get ready for that then.
Yeah, so I'm reading through scrying real quick. You can see here a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane. How well you know them. Secondhand, you've heard. So you can scry on somebody that you've only heard of. And I feel like saying, oh, this person left something for you is good enough to count as having heard of them. They're going to have a big buff to their DC, or to their save, but yeah, you could attempt that.
Okay, cool. Excellent.
All right. I guess it's time for me to scry on Barda.
Oh, and Elise does say, yes, I'm empty, but I could do just that, only that, and then I would need a lot of sleep.
I think if I'm mimicking out loud, we might have all languages covered except for a few, halfling, giant, and gnome. So, and I highly doubt they're going to speak any of those languages. And if they do, well,
Oh, look, they speak Goblin specifically.
Perhaps if we don't understand, then I'll cast.
that sounds like a good idea. We can always try again. Nordo, you didn't happen to have a picture of him or anything, did you? Like a sketch?
Not that I made at the time. I could do one now based on memory. I got a pretty decent look at him.
I think Nomad mentioned that if you have something to look at, it might help.
A picture.
I think
of him?
it's
Yes.
more something that belonged to him. But if
I think if you read this, if you read the spell, it also says a picture of them.
A picture, a part of them is even better, but something they own works as well. All these are cumulative.
Oh,
Nomadic.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that having a picture of them helped.
Yep, well, I think we did it in Zeke's campaign. I think that's one reason why we got Zircon drugged up and had him draw pictures.
I think
I forgot about that.
Illusions just got a little bit better.
Oh yeah. So if you draw a picture, or I could, I guess, try to disguise self into him, but I won't be able to see myself.
Ooh, that's a good check.
Ooh, that's really good.
Yeah, it was brief. He moved very quickly. He was clearly trying to do a thing and then quickly get out, but Norda was right up in his face for a very, brief moment, and it was fully lit. You got a good look at him. And Norda has to spend probably a good 30, 45 minutes to do a real nice bust. But after 45 minutes, you've got a very convincing and well-drawn bust of this person.
It's from Kakishi's perspective.
Does anyone want to, before he starts showing, does anyone want to use the scrying orb while he draws? It might take a bit.
This might take me a while. I might as well get another one cooking.
Sure. While this is happening, Nomad is just going to excuse himself. He has things to do with Shoal's body.
That makes perfect sense.
Does anyone have any flesh-eating maggots?
I'm sure we
Not on.
Probably in the bathroom.
Okay. I need specific ones from beetles. They're very thorough.
I cannot say that I do. No.
Oh, I'm certain taxidermy places.
Vasa, did you want to scry on someone from your hometown while Nomad tries to find bugs and Nordo draws?
I could if nobody else has anything else they want to look at.
I figured you probably wanted to check on some people.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Make sure they're still up in the air.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, I'll help Nomad find some beetles.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead and, I guess, give me a survival check to go hunt down some beetles.
You're not an investigation?
I can do survival.
I can also do survival. I have it.
You could.
I think yours is better.
You could try to investigate to find signs of like a beetle infestation or something like that. I mean, it'd get different results, but you could try it.
I'll just do survival.
Yeah.
With Nomad's help.
I'll help you. 21.
Yeah. You guys take a good look around, and it seems like this place is kind of devoid of them. In fact, you would probably discover that most critters that are smaller than the size of like a rat get eaten by the cobble swarms. So this place is kind of clean of smaller creatures. But you're able to go across the bridge and kind of out towards, some of the more natural caves. And once you're out there, beetles are pretty common in the Underdark, and you're able to kind of do a little bit of looking around until you find... So are you looking for like a specific kind of beetle? What are you looking for? What is the purpose here?
So there's a thing about like stripping flesh from bone.
Sure.
The most effective way is to put this kind of carrion beetle on it, right? They lay eggs on it, and or it's usually just the maggots that you the larva, not maggots. Maggots are for flies. You put a bunch of them on the piece of thing you want to strip off the bone, and you just leave it there for a bit. So the idea was he's going to take Shul's head, put it just there, kind of after stripping away as much of it as it can, and they're gonna clean it. The larva are gonna clean it nice and smooth, and then it's gonna wash it. Maybe use Presto.
Okay, well, every single bit of this is exactly as exactly as creepy as I would expect from Nomad.
This is what taxidermy is.
Yeah, so, okay, sure, let's do this. Surely acid is more effective, right? But I guess that
No,
could
because
possibly
it could
damage
damage the bone. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
thing. The beetles are effective because they leave the bone alone, but they strip it very nice and clean.
All right, well, you're in luck. You actually have recently encountered some carrion crawlers, so you kind of have got some recent experience with what to look for. And you're eventually able to find a little nest of these grubs that are about the size of, like, I don't know, big grasshoppers.
Oh my gosh, they're too big.
Well, you're not entirely sure if they're going to be too big, but then you kind of, like, hold
Oh, they
out
should be fine.
an arm or something that you brought along, and they kind of ravenously go over to it and swarm over it, and very diligently begin to start stripping the flesh off of it. It's still going to be a process. It's gonna,
Yeah.
They're not like piranha. It's not going to be a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
But in like 20 or 30 minutes, you imagine they could probably get through an arm, and it's a pretty small skull. You get the feeling you could probably either bring these things back or just set the skull down and let them do it here. And they'd get through it in like 30, 40 minutes.
Yeah. We have to make sure we squish all of the bugs afterward because we don't want them like growing. I feel like it's more effective to grab just a few of them, put them in a box, and put the skull in the box and leave it.
Sure. Yeah.
I've watched videos of this. It's really weird.
Yeah, this is all real super gross. One of you guys give me animal handling just to do this safely without getting bitten by one of these big larva things, but...
If I
will-
use my, can I use my what's it called? Primeval awareness to communicate with the beetles and kind of calm them a bit.
Absolutely. That will give you advantage on the check for sure. You kind of reassure them that you are just trying to move them somewhere else so that they can eat. If they will just not bite you, you'll give them a good meal.
Oh, I can use my bonus action to give myself proficiency in animal handling.
Okay. So we have proficiency, and I'm helping you. So I guess advantage with proficiency.
Yep, advantage
Let's
and
try it.
proficiency.
17.
17 is pretty good. Yeah. You were able to get yourself kind of like a shoebox sized little crate filled with about 15 or 20 of these kind of oversized flesh-eating carrion crawler spawn. And they begin happily stripping bone from flesh on Shul's severed head.
So why are we doing this, Nomad?
Oh, I need this material
Oh, the skull?
for the skull. Yes,
That seems reasonable.
it seems like a waste to just let it go away, and Nibbler like comes out of his shirt collar and sits on top of his head like a second.
Hey, Nomad, before we head back, I wanted to try something if you'd be willing to help.
Of course,
All right, come here. And he kind of like kneels on the ground. Put your hand on my shoulder
he does so.
and connect with me.
Connect.
And then I do my primeval awareness, and I search for humanoids and aberrations within 5 miles.
Okay. Oh, 5 miles.
lot.
You definitely detect all the humanoids that you would expect from back towards the fortress. You detect 2 smaller pockets of humanoids, both kind of just traveling off in the distance. One far to the north and one about 3 miles to the south, and then also probably a good 500 feet under you. Definitely a downwards angle on that one. One of the packs is 4, the other pack is 12. And then you do sense a group of 3 aberrations that are about 4 miles to the southwest, and they are currently traveling south. They don't look like they're coming your way at all. They're kind of heading past your radar.
And one aberration touching your shoulder.
Yeah. So does he come up as both?
He does. He comes up as aberration.
Nomad, there's I can sense a group of 3 aberrations to the south.
And actually, because you brought it up, he does also ring up as humanoid. The other 3 do not.
It's interesting, Nomad. I can, well, as you know, I can sense humanoids and aberrations. You come up as both, but they don't.
This means that they are possibly very harmful. Are
Yes.
they close?
About 4 miles, 4.5 miles maybe, southwest. Heading
Approaching
south?
us?
Going south.
Oh. We should not alert them to our presence. If they are mind flayers, they will know. And then the rest of the hive will know.
Yes. I mean, there's a lot of different aberrations, not just mind flares.
It could be, yeah.
I've been kind of doing some side research. I've learned about something called it's fine. Hopefully we never run into it. But, yeah. Thank you. I wasn't sure if I could really do it, so connecting with you really helped.
I am happy I could help.
This does bring up a question, though, for you, Feck.
Uh-huh.
So, since my greater enemy is aberrations, I have advantage against spells. I think it's spell saves or something against them.
Sure.
Does that include Nomad?
That would include nomads.
So if you don't want me casting a spell on you and it requires the save, you could just no. Well, you have advantage on it. Or you can just say
I don't want to
Nomad.
go. I true.
I don't want to go.
You can't make me teleport away.
No, I can't. It has to be a willing
Oh, it's
creature.
also ability checks, so it's spells and abilities.
So,
Alright.
grappling you is harder.
Yeah, so if I did it against dragons, fuck dragons. But I didn't. All right. Also, I did learn something else too.
What is it?
It's this. I start speaking deep speech in your voice.
Christ.
Excitement, you've learned my voice and my mannerisms.
Yes. Do not be alarmed. All right, we should head back now, I guess.
Yeah. And by the time you guys get back, Nordo has finished his sketch. It's ready to go. It's a good image of Varder.
I think
It is
Basu was
uncanny.
going to scry too.
I'll say in the meantime, Basu was going to scry on somebody.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Who are you scrying on?
I'm gonna scry on D.
Okay. All right. Your vision starts to vignette. Everything goes black and hazy around the edges, and you are eventually pulled out into a new environment. You are hit with a wave of homesickness and nostalgia all at once, as you are greeted by this very vertical scene. This kind of dim, grayish blue sky all around you. Clouds that seem to be almost at eye level instead of far above you. Distant islands that kind of pepper the sky, and one directly under you. Long grass, brightly colored flowers and trees, all of which is kind of dancing in a very, very strong wind. What would normally be sort of a clear blue sky has given way to this kind of pallid bluish green. You can see that distantly, from the south, it looks like, there are dark clouds that are starting to, slowly push their way in. Everyone is kind of bringing in laundry from clotheslines and moving things inside so they don't get blown around. And there you see D, who's working to just kind of get some furniture scooted to a safer place. You can see that he's really having to kind of fight against some of these high winds. You know that this isn't terribly atypical. At higher altitudes, everything gets just a little bit more blustery. A lot of things are actually kind of nailed or hammered down for storms like this, but every now and then they get strong enough that you have to do some additional work. Yeah, it's kind of just 10 minutes of watching him, rush in with a piece of furniture, rush back out to grab some more. There's a point where this big, it looks like a bed sheet or something like that, suddenly blows past. And he kind of looks, and one of the neighbors is out chasing it down with absolutely no chance of catching up to it in time. And D kind of laughs to himself, but tries not to be seen by the neighbor, and then goes back to work. And then, 10 minutes or so of this scene pass, and the vision ends.
Okay, but this looks pretty typical. Like, it was a windy day, but not like a tornado touching
No.
down anything, right?
Oh God, no. There's definitely a storm front rolling in, and you got a pretty good look at it. It looks like a pretty serious storm, but not like, tornadoes and hellfire.
Gotcha.
He didn't look concerned. He just looked like he was rushing to get everything inside in time.
Okay.
How'd it go, Basu?
Well, looks like the island he was on was still up in the sky at least. And a
That's
bunch
good.
of others around him, so, nothing too bad yet, hopefully.
Yeah, actually,
Just a little windy.
sorry to interrupt, but give me an investigation check real quick.
Relief.
Oh, you and me both, pal.
From what you saw, there were no, missing islands. Everything seemed to be in place. People weren't, panicking. Everybody was still home and doing their things.
That's good.
But yeah, after you finish that, about 45 more minutes or so pass. Ace and Nomad return with a box filled with flesh-eating maggot grubs.
Awful. Ugh.
Do not be concerned.
Why do you have so many of them?
Efficiency.
We are bolstering the ecosystem around here by feeding them. All right. Are we almost ready for me to do my scrying now?
I believe it would be about that time.
Yeah, I think it's 15 minutes. We have to wait, and well, basically it's right.
All right.
Time passes and the orb does recharge. That'll put it at about 9 o'clock at night. A lot of the kobolds are starting to get a little bit sleepy. Most of them have picked up places to sleep. They're trying to decide if they want to stay here forever, if they want to try to get back home. Some of them are like, I heard that we can't get back home. They've closed the cellar door. It's all around now. You can't even sneak in from the mines. No, that's crazy. They can't make the cellar door bigger. You have any idea how much magic that would take? I don't know, man. That's just what they said. But a lot of them are starting to kind of doze off. A lot of them ate a tremendous amount of food after escaping from the jails and passed out directly in the dining hall. But things are getting a little bit quieter.
Oh, in those 15 minutes, I ate my dragon steak. It's so delicious.
I did make
Is that dragon steak?
Give me cooking tools to make some dragon steak.
I did already. It was 13.
13. It's new to you. It's a little tough. It's it's sustenance. It's meat. And it's well made for what it is, but it's definitely kind of on the gamey side. For those of you who don't eat hunted food very often, people from bigger towns, Flick and Moat, it probably does taste a little.
Oh, he just made it for Noto and I. He just made it for us too.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I think
Everyone else,
expressed some moral qualms with eating intelligent creatures, so I just make them fish.
That's fair. Then actually for Ace and Nordo, it probably tastes pretty much like what you'd expect. It's pretty solid. It's hunted, clearly. It's not gourmet, but it's well made.
Do their brains
Noto,
taste good?
Noto, this is so rich. This is good.
I was actually about to say I'm not the biggest fan of it. I mean, it's all right, but I'll take some other game over Red Dragon. It does have that nice taste of eating something that you slew with your own hands, though.
Oh, for sure. Nothing better than eating your hunt.
Absolutely. Of note, when I harvest the steaks, I would like to go over to the younger dragon that I killed, and sort of inspired by Vasudeva, I want to try to harvest its skull to later make a pauldron out of.
Sure, absolutely. Chopping off the head is easy enough. I guess give me survival if you want to start doing any sort of treating for it.
I'll just, chop it off for now.
Okay, cool. You got a head.
Ooh. If you want the skull, we can use maggots, yeah.
I happen to have these maggots lying around.
I think
No, they were Actively harvested.
I think
I
I'll
know.
stick with just some boiled water and some salt, but thank you for this. Thank you for the offer.
All right. Are we ready for me to scry on Barda now?
I reckon so.
Well, everyone who's going to be in the room, let's go in there and close the door behind you. So I try to get everyone who wants to be in there gathered inside that room. Where am I?
Gale's
Who am
gonna
I?
be out prepping stuff.
Yeah, I want to be in there.
Same.
In case
Alright.
we need the languages.
Yeah, make sure you close the door behind you. And he like closes his eyes and steeples his hand, takes a deep breath. And don't say anything until I'm done. I'm going to try to do something. He like opens his eyes and his pupils are super dilated. He's like channeling his Kinku skill so that he can just literally mimic without thinking about it, while he himself uses his eyes to like actually look around. So he's not going to. So that way he's just mimicking the conversation, but able so that they can hear it, while I use my eyes to look around for clues.
Sure, fair enough. Elise will be on standby, ready to cast tongues if you start mimicking something that nobody understands. All right, who wants to go ahead? Who wants to be the one who actually casts it?
I'm doing it because I have to be the one who hears it.
Right, of course. Okay, so let's see. You have a likeness that gives them a -2. You have met the target, so that's a +0. I don't think you have any possessions or body parts, so it's just a -2.
I have his respect. How about that?
Don't know about that. Okay, here we go. The DC is, let me go double check, I think it's 15.
I think it's 17.
Party Shules Orb, I have it listed here as 15.
Oh, I'm just wrong.
I might have also, I don't know, I could have said it wrong earlier or something. Anyway, 15. Your vision vignettes, everything goes black and fuzzy around the edges. You feel yourself kind of sucked out of your own consciousness. But for the first time since any of you guys have played with this orb, Ace kind of opens his eyes back up a few seconds later. You watch as the light from the orb dims suddenly, and it feels like you were not able to make a connection.
My pupils are still super dilated, and I'm just like shake my head, and they kind of come back. I don't think it worked.
Druids are notoriously good at preventing mental things from happening.
Well, at the very least, I can at least try to commune with the city and find out what we know, what it knows.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good thing to do while we wait for this thing
Let
to cook
me-
again.
I should probably find a good spot. Actually, I'm actually gonna come up to the heart of the city, and I'm assuming there's a statue here in the middle.
There is.
I'm gonna. What does the statue look like?
Give me an investigation check. You guys looked at it briefly as you were coming in, but nobody's actually really studied it. It
Wow.
appears it was probably a human or an elf at some point. You do see that there is a hand that looks very plain and simple and delicate, kind of feminine. You don't find enough facial details or ears specifically to really be able to discern whether it was human or elf or something similar. But yeah, it looks like it was a robed woman of some sort.
What pose is it in?
It looks like it had one arm, the left arm kind of tucked around some sort of a book, and then the right hand was lifted up in front of her. But it's hard to know for sure because it's pretty heavily damaged. That's just kind of your best guess from the ruins.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is there room for me to like kneel in between the legs of the statue?
Yeah.
Or do I need to be in front of the statue?
It's kind of broken from about halfway through the upper leg down. So the knees and the feet and the lower leg is all kind of standing in place. So you could definitely kind of kneel in front of that.
Okay, so I can't be like under the statue though.
Yeah, you'd have to be a little bit in front of it.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'll be in front of the statue. Probably with my back facing it. Well, no, I'll face it. All right. So I'll ask the questions and I'll repeat what it says out loud. The first one's going to be about secrets it has. So I don't know if one of you guys wants to run off and try to find that secret as soon as possible while I do this. I only have 10 minutes, so it's not a lot of time. But I have my questions in the order, so when everyone's ready, I can do this.
Ready if you are.
Good to go over here.
All right.
All right.
I just take a deep breath and I start to channel, pull it up for funsies.
Where the frick is Nomad's token? Where did I put?
It is late enough that you'd be able to do it. Okay. As you focus, you can feel the mist and the wind in this cavern begin to sort of swirl around you. Cold, surprisingly cold, given how hot the steam has been over the river. You can feel that there is just a presence, and it all seems to sort of coalesce directly in front of you. You can almost visually see the mist form this vaguely humanoid shape, standing where the statue would have been, filling in the gaps that have long broken off with age. And this shape, this vague humanoid shape, looks down at you. She brings her arms in front of herself and crosses them. And then she kind of kneels in place. Who are you?
My name is Ace. It's a pleasure to meet you. And I say Air Cage. I think Air Cage is the actual city's name, right? That's not translation.
Air Cage, yes. That is what they've called me lately.
Unless you have an older name, and I can call you that if you want.
I barely remember. Denebula. Yes,
Denebula.
That's it.
It's a beautiful name. Well, I have a few questions if you'd be willing to hear me out.
I am here.
Obviously, we've been moving around your city as of late, and I wanted to know if where are any secrets you have that we haven't found yet?
Traps hidden everywhere. They have filled me with these devices, these wires and springs and explosives. You've found many. You've found the caves. You've found the tunnels. I hold few secrets that have not been exposed.
Well, if you wish, I can try to find more of those traps and remove them from you. Another question. What do you know about the recent lava flows and their cause?
They're distant but old, familiar. It feels like going home to an older time. Familiar in a way that I can't quite recall, like a distant dream.
Also, I am conveying this to everyone in case they have, and it says they will have further follow-up questions.
It's not fully there. It's an echo of something that was once real. I don't know what to make of it or what to expect, but I do feel it.
What do you know about Octurus?
She was my new neighbor. Not too far. And then she was gone as quickly as she came. Only energy resides there now, and graves, countless bones of the dead who've gone to visit. She appeared, and then she disappeared. Just like that.
What is Ozidur's goal?
There are rumors and whispers. It's far away and unclear. I have heard this name with great reverence. Some say he wishes to rule the world. Some say he wishes to simply go home. All I know is that he instills fear and revels in it. It is not my concern. It sounds as if you've closed him off from this place, and I think that's for the best.
We have. He was trying to open up a portal to Storm. I keep thinking of Storm's End, which is not the correct one. Storm Cellar.
Storm Cellar, they speak of it, yes. Never
I
met
have-
this neighbor.
I have one final question. And just for recapping, I actually forget the robes that Barter was wearing. What color were they?
Dark
Gold and
blue.
black or golden? Dark blue,
Dark,
and
very
that's
dark
it.
blue. Very nondescript. And they were dark blue. It didn't. Give me an investigation check. They. It's hard to know whether that was like significant or not. You kind of get the feeling that maybe it was just like a cloak, like he could have just.
Okay, so it didn't look like a. Didn't we see other people wearing the same cloak though, or no? I thought like weren't there other dead people wearing the same cloak? Or am I thinking of that incorrectly?
I don't think that's correct.
All right.
I would have to check my notes, but I think that's true. I think that is like I don't think you remember seeing any similar cloaks.
All right, Nomad and everyone else. The last question I have is about Barter, unless you have another one.
I do not.
Nomad, what about you? Arnoldo? Fasu?
Nope.
Unless City knows how we can get this orb out of here and take it with us. That seems like a tall order.
I could ask, but I think Nomad and Gale decided that it would be very difficult with the still stones.
I know, it's just wishful thinking.
It's very useful to have.
Should I ask that then?
I suspect she'd probably just tell us the same thing we already know, that it's got powerful still stones will explode if we move it. I don't know if she'd know anything we don't, but I suppose she could.
All right. I'll try to word my question very well then. Is her name Dinabella? Is that her name was again?
Denebula, yeah.
Dinebula. Dinebula, we have been searching for a lizard folk named Barter, who we saw wearing a blue robe and had been taking what we believe to be steel stones from certain areas. Have you seen any of the like come through your city?
This name is unfamiliar to me, I'm afraid. And as she speaks that last word, the mist begins to disperse. Everything gets a little bit warmer and quiet. You can hear the sound of the stream kind of rushing past behind you.
Nope. That's information she had. This just begs a question for Gale, I guess. I'm gonna go find Gale real quick.
Sure, what's Gale up to?
Gale is currently trying to prepare a bunch of spells for the next couple days.
Excellent.
He's also looking through the treasure trove for diamond dust.
Absolutely. I think some of that currency was in gems, right? Maybe?
I don't remember.
I don't either. Give
Yeah,
me,
we already split the money, by the way.
We did not.
Not
It's all
yet.
still party loot.
give me an investigation check, Gale.
You made one for Cherry? In fact, you're the best.
It's not a proper token yet, but you don't find any gemstones of any sort actually in the vault, but you do find that tucked away, kind of on one of the bookshelves up in the scrying room. There's a little pouch that has what appears to be diamond dust and It contains 100 gold worth of diamond dust.
Useful.
Fuck.
What's wrong?
Did you need more?
I think he needed more.
Hey,
That's fair.
hey, Gail.
Yeah.
I don't know if this would mean anything to you, but the city said something about Ozdirth possibly wanting to go home. Do you know what that means? Other than it being a, Wizard of Oz reference.
Not really. I mean, I remember him. He mentioned that to Shul at one point.
Going home. Do you think he's like Patches, where he's from somewhere completely different, or do you think he just meant like, because he's a dragon, he could just go anywhere on the, in our world. Do you think he's from somewhere else?
Possible.
I go to find Patches.
This has
Easy enough.
happened.
You just
Okay,
fall.
good talk.
Just leave.
Oh,
Just leaves.
sorry, I'm gonna go find Patches. You can come with if you want. I'm just gonna see if he maybe knows anything.
No, I gotta figure out how to turn 100 diamond dust into like 500.
What do you need 500 diamond dust for?
I don't think I actually need 500. I think it's only 200. But
Oh,
What do you
good
need
to
all
have
this
extra.
diamond dust for? I'm assuming magic, of course.
yeah,
Do we have any diamonds at hand?
yeah. If I had 200 diamond dust, I can. I basically want to work on a trap so that I can protect our stash and our ship
Sounds
and
like
our
a good idea.
lives.
Well, if we have the raw diamonds themselves, perhaps we can use our tools to powder them. Well,
Seems wise.
Vasu definitely could.
Well, while you figure out that mystery, I'm gonna go solve another. Bye.
Yeah, good luck.
good luck. Can I go into Shul's room and check her pillows?
You can, but real quick. As Ace kind of leaves, Elise comes around the corner, Gale, and says, "Is this trap important? More important than, say, well, if someone dies?"
Selfishness and my ego say yes.
She kind of smiles and wordlessly steps into the room, and as she does, she reaches into a little pouch at her hip, and she pulls out just this tiny little black velvet bag, and you can hear kind of the tinkling of something inside of it, just little granules of crystal. It is a lot. I took it. I have it. Was going to use it in an emergency, but if this is an emergency, it's about 300.
That's an oddly specific amount.
It is. It's there's a spell. If someone is dying or
Yeah, I just
dead.
learned it actually. It's okay.
Oh,
I understand.
oh, well, good. She looks relieved to not have to try to explain it.
That spell really needs 300, huh?
That's what they said.
Do you think the gods would accept, like, a nice harmonica and a bottle of perfume instead?
It might depend on the god. I've heard diamonds are special to the gods for some reason.
No, it's okay. You should probably hold on to that. Probably more important.
I'll help you look. And she kind of puts the pouch away and starts helping you rummage through bookshelves. And you guys don't find anything else, but she at least kind of goes through the motions of trying to be helpful. But then, yeah, jumping back to Nomad, and then we'll get to you, Ace.
Well, Nomad's thing actually was already answered because Marvel gave us the book that was Leo's.
Yes, you guys have found Leo's book.
And I remember mentioning at the end of last session that while we were running around, Vasu was translating, or at least reading through it.
I think Nomad wants to see if Shul, like Leo, kept something under her pillow.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's just a thing
So
kobolds
the same.
do.
I'm sorry, but also I wasn't sure if you finished writing out what Vasu found.
All right, Nomad, you make your way over into Shul's bedroom and are immediately greeted by no fewer than about 35 kobolds, at least 10 or 15 of which have just piled onto this bed together. And there's one that's just like curled up on the pillow, but you're able to just kind of like lift it up and look under without really disturbing him. It's like cautiously trying to get out of bed while there's a cat on you and you don't want to disturb it.
I'll just lift the pillow with the kobold on it. Don't disturb.
Yeah. You take a look under it and kind of behind the headboard to see if anything possibly got fallen down there. And you don't find anything. Nothing under the pillow, nothing under the bed.
I asked them if, like, anyone who's awake here, if they found anything on the bed.
Just these cozy sheets and some perfume. One of them kind of groggily tells you. And lots of pretty clothes that she never wears for some reason.
Well, continue what you were doing previous. And he just drifts out, shuts the door quietly.
Alright, jumping back to Ace.
So I guess did Vasu find anything in that book first before I
right.
talk to Patches?
Okay, so you look through this journal, and Vasu, the majority of it is drawings. It seems to be mostly drawings. It's actually kind of more of a sketchbook than a journal. And you flip through the first few pages, and you can actually see it's an old book. He's had it for quite some time. And you can almost kind of see his skill improves over time. But once you get about halfway through it, there's a very obvious divide between the old worn pages that he's drawn on and the still kind of new crispish ones that he hasn't touched. There's a gap where a separate piece of paper has been slipped in. And that separate piece of paper has several numbers written in it in a language that I don't believe you understand, but Nomad will, along with anyone else who speaks Celestial.
I think it's just Nomad.
Where is it? Here it is.
Nomad borrows, like, a twig monocle from Ace.
He happily gives it to you. Happily gives it to you.
Oh, that is not looping around, is it? Okay, hang on. I'm going to break this up into lines. Okay, there we go. Those line breaks are artificial. It is all kind of written out as one big thing.
Okay, makes sense. There's just a letter from Poe to Leo. To Leo.
Do you think it's these numbers represent letters?
Yes, I will read them out to you. And, he actually translates it probably to common
Yep, easy enough.
with on a separate piece of paper with very nice handwriting.
While that's going on, trying to think. It's probably.
I was going to talk to Patches at some point.
Oh, right, yeah, easy enough. You're able to find them. Yule has kind of just been hanging out in the kitchen, doing a little bit of cleaning, cautiously trying to not wake the several kobolds that have fallen asleep in the dining hall. And Patches is kind of sitting in the middle of one of these big, long dining room tables, just lighting a fuckload of candles in a weird, bizarre pattern.
Hey, I like your candles.
Oh, thanks. They're mine.
I know. I have a question for you.
Are you making fun of me?
No. I like using people's voices.
I used to do that.
Oh.
Oh.
Well,
We have to stop there. We'll just do this back and forth for hours.
I sense a disturbance.
a disturbance in the force. I know you're from a different place, and you want to go home, right?
Yeah.
Well, Altadir also wants to go home. He's not from where you are from, right?
Oh, I am.
Have you heard of him?
The name sounds kind of familiar, but he's dead.
Oh. What do you know?
I don't know, I think it's a common name for dragons.
What, like? Well, enjoy your candles.
Thanks. They're not for sale.
I don't want them.
Okay, bye.
Bye. I just leave.
It physically
Another dead.
hurts.
And then, as I walk around, I have like a piece of paper and pencil out. I'm like, detective monologue and like sepia, another dead end.
Christ.
You hear the sax in the background?
Yeah. Every time
Going home,
Ace,
what does it mean?
every time Ace is alone in a room, it turns grayscale.
Fun fact, Ace is colorblind. But only when he's alone.
Alright, some more time passes. You guys have done some studying, some investigation. It's probably been another hour. Puts it around 10 p.m. The orb is ready for another charge. People are starting to get tired. Most of the kobolds are asleep.
So, Nomad, thank you. Thank you for this, also. But when I was talking to the city, first off, her name's Bola. So that's wonderful. Actually, is there a plaque anywhere in the city that says the name of the city?
You've done a pretty good search of this place, and you haven't really found any inscriptions. I think there was one that you saw on the front that looked like it was recently etched, but you don't see anything that looks like older or original to the city.
Right. You know what, I'm going to borrow a piece of paper from Nomad, and I'm going to write out Denabola on it in how many languages do I know? Probably Undercommon. And then I'm going to go ahead and pin it over here. Are both the doors broken or just one of them?
Just the front one.
Okay, I'm going to put it on the door. It says, "Welcome to Denabola."
All right, and this is just on paper?
Yeah, I don't have anything else I can do it with.
All right. Good to know.
We can try etching it on some other time, but for now, now that we know the name, do I know anything about the?
You could give me a history check, and because
Can I also?
You can as well, but also because he's not here and somebody else brought it up, I'm going to have Flick do one.
Okay.
Is it just be a history check?
Yep, just a history check.
Would I have advantage because of humanoids and or aberrations?
You would have advantage from Underdark experience? Sure, why not?
32.
You're way better at history than I am.
Well, I rolled a 19, so it's not really fair.
I don't know why this isn't going through, but oh well. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Ace doesn't ring any bells whatsoever. Flick is almost immediately able to tell you that it is the name of a constellation. It is kind of a lesser known one, but it's the name of a constellation. And Nomad, you've heard stories of an old city, probably actually from the kobolds that you stayed with. They knew of this place, they knew its old name, and they knew that it had been renamed to Aircage when Shul kind of came here about 4 or 5 years ago and kind of took the place over. You would know that prior to Shul coming here with all of her forces and taking the place over, it did belong to some kobolds who did call it by its old name, Denebula.
Mhm.
And they were all slaughtered. She came here, she killed all of them, and took the place for herself.
Yeah. Do I get the sense that the kobolds I was with, are survivors of that slaughter?
No, they were just kind of familiar with it. They knew it.
It's a story that goes around.
Yeah, it was kind of, big news among the kobolds of the Underdark.
That makes sense.
Hey, Flick, what constellation is it?
Oh god, I'm not even going to try his accent. He would tell you it is kind of a smaller and lesser known one. It shows up in the southwestern sky. It is especially visible during the summer. Is that a thing? Do stars change during the seasons?
Yes, they
Okay,
do. Which
cool.
is why you cannot
Okay.
always see Orion's belt.
Good. Glad I'm not just bullshitting there. And it's not really used for a lot of things. He just recognizes it as the name of a constellation.
Is there a specific shape to it, like the Big Dipper, or like is it like associated with a certain shape or configuration?
Yeah, like a scorpion or something.
It looks kind of vaguely like a horse, some people say. It's kind of got like a little part that kind of, like, it's got a torso, and then it's got this little branch that sticks off from one of the corners that looks kind of like a horse's head.
Does Denebola sound like a specific language?
You would recognize it as an undercommon word.
Gotcha.
You can't say Denebola without Ebola.
You can't. Really can't.
You almost can't say it without Nebula.
That too.
Also,
Nebola.
who should we scry on?
Commodore Gigante.
I kind of do want to scry on.
I'm really curious. Yeah.
For kind of selfish reasons, I'd like to check in on my brother, my Oonga Boonga brother, Cal.
That's important.
Seems
I don't think
reasonable.
that's really selfish.
I want to check on my Oonga Boonga Chelsea at some point.
To make it a little bit
Yeah.
less selfish, or at least sound a little less selfish. Last time I saw him, he was still with Crimson Hand, and we spent a lot of time at West Kona, which is where Beetlejuice is. So if we go there after Eisenbach, might not hurt to find out if the orcs are there or not, how dangerous it's going to be.
If it makes you feel better, I want to check on Chelsea because I miss his face.
If I'm being honest, it's the main reason I want to check on Cal as well. You see Nordo's eyes kind of go down to the back of his left hand, where he has a tattoo of a handprint on the back of his hand.
Well, while you do that, I'm going to check. I'm going to actually, while he's doing that, I'm going to spend the hour checking for traps and trying to remove them or disarm them, like I told her I would.
Sure. Give me thieves' tools to try to just go around and disarm all these traps.
Oh, if he's doing that, can I help him? I can do thieves' tools now too.
I would love that.
Sure, yeah.
Are you expertise or just proficient?
Expertise.
Oh,
But
then
you're more dexterous, I think.
I have a +8 to it.
I have a +9.
I'll work together. Oh, I can be your your
Can you teach me
mentor.
on the way?
I'm your mentor. Mentor.
Yes, mentor Ace. Please show me how to do this properly.
All right, if you look right there, and you just cut that little wire right there. It should disarm the trap, but be careful not to cut
It
that
explodes. Oh, I was too fast.
So, it's a bit of a conundrum. A lot of the ones that have already been exposed by Yule, she is already, disabled, too. So you kind of have to go around and find some of the ones that are more difficult. And when you find them, with Ace's guidance, Nomad, you feel very confident that you can disarm them. But the very first one that you stumble across is more intricately made than a 14. And as you're trying to disarm it, it goes off. It sprays this black gunk all up at you when you accidentally kind of pull a wire at the wrong time. And Ace, you watch as this gunk just coats Nomad's face and his shoulders and his arms and his hands, and then it rapidly begins to expand like a foam and harden.
I think you didn't get it quite right.
I do not think I did either. He says telepathically.
Nomad, give me a strength saving throw.
Can I help him?
Probably eventually, but not just yet.
Let
Gotcha.
me try. Uh,
So, Nomad, hold still, which is totally the wrong instinctive reaction. Because as this foam expands, it begins to solidify around him, and it eventually forms this just solid cocoon around him. And when he does finally go to move, he is just stuck. He's encased in this stuff. You guys can start giving me strength checks. Give me like, I don't know, 3 or 4 each, and we'll see if you guys
Wait,
can
do
do
we,
it on
do,
your
we,
own.
die.
do we both need to give? Do we both give checks to this?
Yeah, you can both try to like break him out of there. Just throw some.
Oh,
strength
okay. I
checks
thought
at
you meant
me.
I was
it's
also
saver
caught into
check.
it. What is this with the if your passive perception is equal to or higher than the DC? My passive perception is 17.
This one was 19.
Okay, strength save.
Yeah, you will found most of the lower DC traps. The ones that are all left are much harder. Yeah, you guys work on this for like 20 or 30 seconds and realize that you're not getting anywhere, and like this stuff is just
Nomad,
hardening and
very
expanding.
calmly. It's like, mentor Ace, please fetch Nordo,
Yes.
or vote, or both.
But you know what? Do not worry, Nomad. Part of learning is failing. You have to fail to learn, or you do not learn as well.
The
So
foam's
I will be right back.
Failure is a part of life. Please go ahead. I will continue to try.
And then I just like open my mouth and just scream into the sky. Nomad!
You guys get outside and you can find that this black tar foam has hardened all the way up to about Nomad's neck, and is kind of starting to come up over the chin now. Nordo just comes over and, like, cracking open a crab leg, just kind of wraps an arm around it, and there's a splintering noise, and all this stuff just kind of starts to crumble off from the side. And he's eventually able to sort of chisel you free and get you out of it.
Thanks, Nomad.
Thank you, friend
Sorry,
Nordo.
Nordo.
Not a problem. You're not going to believe what I saw when I scryed on Cal.
What did you see?
Please tell us. We're waiting with anticipation.
So, do you have any possessions of his?
Well,
I imagine you probably have at least a likeness of him somewhere.
I absolutely do early in my sketchbook, but before I was proficient. And I do have a tattoo that he put himself on the back of my hand. It's not a
Ooh.
possession, but
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sure. Let me see here. All right. Your vision vignettes and listen to that hard G, like some sort of whew,
Big
boy.
nuts.
Your vision vignettes, and when it comes to, you find yourself once again on a ship. It's immediately apparent by the rocking back and forth. You can see that there's still a light rain coming through. The wind has picked up a little bit since the vision of Leah. It's hard to tell how near it is, but it's at least in the same storm, presumably. But this ship is different. It's different from almost every ship that you've ever been on. It's made of this kind of bright reddish orange wood. The top of it, instead of being truly indoors and covered by a wooden ceiling and a roof, it's just kind of this cloth tint almost on a long flat boat. All very open. It's almost like a riverboat. And you can see at the center of your vision a young orc boy who is manacled, chained up with several other orcs that are all wearing very similar clothing and have similar markings and tattoos. You'd recognize them all from that clan. Several of them look injured. Some of them look very unhealthy. And they are all kind of sitting chained to the pole. And you can see that he kind of looks up and watches as somebody walks past him. And you catch a glimpse of it from the side of your scrying orb. It appears to be a Null, who is kind of this chalky white-furred Null with beady black eyes. You can see that in addition to the chalky white natural fur, there's also this gleaming white war paint that stands out even against the whitish-gray fur. And you can see that there are a couple more that have the same kind of fur and markings that are just kind of making... they're walking up and down the ship, kind of checking on things. They appear to be armed. They have these long spiked maces, leather and chainmail. I guess go ahead and give me perception or investigation. You do see that on his left shoulder, on Kai's left shoulder specifically, there is a new marking that appears to be branded on. It does not look like paint, and it doesn't look like the work of what they would normally do in the clan. It is a canine skull that has, it looks like a jester's hat on it.
Is that... Sorry, I don't remember because it's been 30 sessions. Is that the same symbol that Laughing Jack's people had?
Shit, I need to go double check. I believe that it is similar.
It sounds like it. But we killed that guy. Maybe this is his twin brother, Cackling Jack.
Cackling Jack.
Yeah.
I think it's his Giggling Jack.
Or his sister, Cackling Jill.
It's
He's like the straight man of the family. He's like
maybe.
stoic Stan.
Okay, give me an investigation check. I had to
Like
go-
Jack, he doesn't chuckle.
I had to go look this up. You remember several things about Laughing Jack. The first is that he did not have the same white fur. He was kind of a regular knoll pattern, brownish fur with spots. And you remember that he was riding around in this strange magical vehicle that looked like several skulls wearing jester's hats. And he had a skull painted onto his forehead, but it was just a skull. You do know that the vehicle had little jester hats as part of it. It was decorated kind of with those same jester hats. So there are some similarities, but it is not identical.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up, Nomad.
It's Shortling Jacques. It's
And I don't
foreign
know.
cousin.
I don't know how you rule on scrying if I have the autonomy to look around or if the vision is focused in on Cal.
You do to some degree. It's difficult for you because you have not really cast a lot of magic, but this is now your second time doing it. You feel a little bit more control, and you begin to realize that you can see and hear as if you were there, which means you have the ability to kind of look around a little bit. You do notice that each time you look away from him, the vision gets a little bit fuzzier. It seems very much to you that the magic is focused on him primarily, but you can try to look around at some of the surroundings to varying degrees of success.
I mostly want to just try to look up and see if I see any airships, I don't know, flying above this ship, escorting it or anything.
Sure. With the 19, you are, first of all, greeted by this canvas tent cover that blocks a lot of your view of the sky. But you're able to kind of look out to the sides, and you can see that they are cloudy, rainy, low visibility. But all the same, there is enough light that you feel like you would be able to see if there were other regular ships nearby, and you don't see any. It appears to be just this one ship. And you don't spot any airships, but it would be a difficult place to see them if you could.
Okay.
But there are just kind of several minutes of this. There is a point. Give me a luck check. Yeah, that's kind of all you get. Is 10 minutes. You see this patrol go by a couple times, and then the vision eventually fades out.
Okay. Fast forward to me ripping Nomad out of a cocoon.
Concern. That sounds dire.
Yes, I feel pretty awful about it, if I'm being honest. I always promised him I'd go back and get him out of the Crimson Hand. He was a slave of theirs like me. Then I escaped and he didn't, and never went back and got him, and now it looks like he's in a whole heap of trouble.
We still have time to rescue him.
That we do. Gotta figure out where he is first. That's a tall order. Try to piece some other clues together. I still have this letter that somebody left for me at the monastery, asking me to come home in Orcish, and I don't know who left it, but might see if I can try to look in on them through the orb.
This
But
sounds
again,
like it
that's-
might help.
Again, that's after everyone else gets a chance at this thing. I feel a little bad using it all up. Well, other folks have people they like to see, I'm sure.
Could I see the letter, please?
Sure. He pulls it out of his bag. It's a very little note. It just says, home, I'll be waiting, and it's in Orcish.
I'm gonna look at the handwriting, and this is gonna be kind of a stretch, but does this look like the fumbling handwriting of an orc, or does it look like the handwriting of someone who's like it knows Orcish, but obviously is a little bit more civil?
Sure.
Like, does it look like an elf trying to write Orcish, or does it look like you know what I'm saying, like someone
Okay,
who's a little
yeah.
more refined?
First of all, rude. Second of all, give me
Little
a
racist.
forgery kit check. Or calligrapher's tools if you have that.
I actually have that now.
neither of those, but Nomad definitely does.
Okay.
Yeah, so
you can do
identify the writer of non-magical script is 10 DC. Determine the writer's state of mind is 15 DC. Spot forged text is 15, and forged signature is 20.
Sure, go ahead and give me a check and we'll see what we get.
Sure.
Basically, what he's asking is, does it say home, I'll be waiting, or ungu bunga home, ungu bunga out, ungu bunga be, ungu bunga?
I don't know.
Having
21.
been a
With a 20, okay, let's throw some dice at it and see what we get. With a 21, it looks like it was written by somebody who's fluent in the language. It looks very casual. It doesn't look forced. The pen strokes are light and quick, which gives you the impression that they're very comfortable writing it. They're not very hard pressed. It wasn't. Somebody didn't spend a lot of time on this. It was written quickly. You get the sense that it was probably. Written quickly is the best that you can really get with that. It's hard to tell really a whole lot more than that. But it was written quickly and comfortably and casually by somebody who probably speaks and writes the language fluently and natively. Yeah, that's really all you would get with that.
That makes sense. Whoever wrote this knew how to write.
I appreciate the insight, friend Nomad.
I get out
Excellent
my
deduction.
magnifying glass. What do I see with it? Are there any hidden clues?
Give me an investigation check.
I'll help you if that helps.
Can he give me the help?
Sure, you're working together on this.
There, 26.
You notice. You do notice actually that the paper that is used is kind of this thin, almost rubber-like parchment that is commonly made from trees that are native to the Amakabunga Manzi area. Very, popular in jungles and kind of that region. It doesn't look similar to the paper that would normally be found on the mainland. It looks like kind of jungle paper.
Excellent. We know where it's from.
No, Nordo, where are your people from again? Both your home country and the orcs you traveled with?
I'm originally from Melnoa, but the orcs I traveled with, we were all around that whole region. Spent most of our time in West Kona, also a little bit in Tramus, a little bit in Arapis.
Okay. I mean, I recognize the type of trees this is made of, but I guess those are just in that area. So I guess it kind of goes along with that. This paper is made from the jungle trees.
Well, that's not nothing. Makes it seem a little bit less like this is a trap from somebody outside trying to get me to go back to Melnoa.
Yeah, it's probably not from some big city. It's definitely from that area.
Could still be a trap, I suppose. I don't know anybody who speaks Orcish who I give a good damn about, except for Kyle. He didn't write it clearly.
Didn't you say that your sister had an orcish hand?
She
Is it
did.
that much of a stretch to think that perhaps she could know orcish as well?
Spoke she could, but I don't know why she would write me a letter that wasn't in our original tongue we spoke as kids.
I don't know.
This does not look like her handwriting to you.
Does it? I don't know if I would even know what her
yeah,
handwriting
that-
looks like.
You can give me an investigation check. If you have forgery kit, you can do it, but I don't think you do. Or
I could
I can
definitely
tell-
say that I don't know any of my siblings' handwriting.
I'm not
I
even super
do.
confident that we would have like written.
I know my
Right.
sister's
That's
handwriting.
that's the hard part. Is it's been several years, and like they came from a place where they didn't write very much. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, they
But
could have
yeah.
changed too.
Well, that and I was like 7 years old, I think.
You
Oh,
That's
probably-
like that's like a teenager for a turtle.
It is, but there's also a pretty good chance that Nordo couldn't read yet. With that said, this looks distinctly like the writing that you would expect from the orcs that you grew up with. It looks like all of their
Okay.
handwriting. There's no way you could identify who actually wrote this, but
Right.
you can't say with certainty who wrote this. That's all you really get.
I know it's someone fluent in Orcish. That's about it.
I mean, it's
I mean, that
someone who's
helps.
fluent in Orcish who was able to get paper from this area. So, I mean, that still narrows things down to some degree.
You are such a good detective.
I mean, I can probably rule out anyone from my tribe. I highly doubt that they're wanting you to come home.
It is definitely not a mind flayer.
Oh.
Well, I appreciate all the help, little orc. I suppose I'll probably just try using the orb on it if I have time for that.
Yeah. I mean, I would like to scry on Chelsea if possible.
Absolutely. Maybe we can do that next.
We have some time.
In case anyone else needs to. Moat, do you need to spy on any of your friends or
Yeah.
family?
Check in on your sisters, your parents, or anything.
I would like to use it at some point, but it's a long shot. So everyone else, get your stuff out of the way.
Sure, yeah, I have no one to look for. I have traps to look for.
Yeah, you guys head back out and try to find and disarm some more traps.
Whenever it's recharged, I'll go ahead and try scrying unless someone else needs to.
Yeah, we can fast forward unless anybody has something that they want to do in the meantime. That'll put us at about 11 p.m. by the time it's ready.
Just traps and finishing up this Shul skull.
All right. I would say that like 3 hours have passed at this point. You can probably tell that the crawlers have sort of stopped rummaging around inside of there. You peek inside and you can see that it has been pretty thoroughly stripped clean. It's still kind of wet and slushy, and it doesn't have that like bleached color to it yet. It probably needs a good boiling. But yeah, it's been stripped. It's a skull.
Excellent. Time to boil this and start using spells to clean. Well, by that I mean I'm going to politely ask Moat to clean. After
Moat,
boiling it,
Please
though.
clean this skull. Thank you. Your
I
god is
will
pleased.
Clean his skull.
Easy enough. You guys kind of take a little bit of time to boil it. Yule is, oh yes, I've done this before. Give it to me. And
Thank you, Moat. I mean,
Classic
Yule.
Yule.
she will boil the skull, and then she pulls it out, and Moat is able to do a good presto, get it nice and clean. But yeah, in the meantime, Nordo, what was up?
Just in that hour while we're waiting, I want to just turn to like the newest page of my sketchbook and try to do a sketch of what I saw with Leah, like her appearance in general, and also that like weird lightning arm, as well as I can depict it.
Sure. Yeah, go and give me a drawing check. Excellent. Yeah, it turns out pretty true to life. If you mark it in your inventory, make sure to note that it is drawn with a 23 skill, just in case that becomes a thing.
Okay.
You are able to capture a pretty decent image of the hand as well, with a clear indication that it has some magical energy to it, some light of its own that it's emitting.
Okay.
But yeah, time rolls around. Gale has been searching and prepping some spells. Nomad and Ace are still going around disarming traps. Every now and then you guys have to go out and, unstick one of them, or they've blinded themselves. I guess give me a couple more Thieves' Tools check.
Sure, this is with advantage.
Do you want me to? Are you to do all of them? I can let you do all of them and as inventory you, or I can do some. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish to do more practice. Failure makes me stronger.
It really does.
I'm glad I get to see at least some of these traps in action since none of them came up during the fight. Oh, thank God. Yeah,
Nomad needs so much practice.
yeah.
At this point, I'm standing a little bit further back, like 5 feet. Be like, "Yep, that one. Yep, that one." I don't
Try
really
the
get really
what? Oh,
You eventually find all sorts of traps, and some of the traps find you. There are a couple points where you watch as Nomad turns a corner, and then you hear a spring go off, and he's launched like 20 feet into the air and lands with a thud several yards away. There are a couple times where these pop rocks go off and blind and deafen you for several minutes. No, like, lasting injuries. They would be very dangerous in the middle of a fight, but on their own, he doesn't kill himself or anything crazy like that. But eventually you either, find and disable a lot of these traps or just set them off by setting them off. And you feel pretty confident that
They're
you've kind of
awful
cleared the
rolls.
courtyard.
Did very well, Nomad.
thank you.
You're learning slowly.
I'm going to go lie down.
Seems wise. You seem like you've been through a lot.
Kind of hobbles off. He seems delighted that he got experience.
Yep. A lot of you are starting to feel tired. It's about 11 o'clock. You guys can push it a little bit longer, assuming that you sleep in the morning. But people are starting to get a little bit tired. The orb is ready for another charge.
It's my turn.
All right. Who you scrying on?
I'm gonna pull off the little card out of my hat, the little ace card that Chelsea gave me, and I'm gonna scry on Chelsea.
Excellent. Okay. Ace, your vision starts to go dim around the edges, and when you come to, you find yourself on a strange boat made of this reddish-orange wood. It has this canvas tint-like cover that seems to go all the way up and down its length, almost like a riverboat. And you see a young orc that you recognize, who is chained near the front of the ship, along with several other orcs from that clan and some others that you don't recognize, markings that are new and strange to you, and some markings that look familiar because of the time that you've spent with Nordo. You can see that walking up and down the length of this ship, there are 3 gnolls that have chalky white skin and white war paint. And they seem to be watching over this large group of orcs as they travel. Give me a luck check and a perception check.
Classic Chelsea, always doing kinky shit on a boat. You said a luck check and a what?
Luck check and a perception check.
Can I give myself a... Oh, I guess I don't need it.
Several minutes go by of kind of just this mundane vision, watching this ship travel, rocking back and forth in the storm, which has picked up a bit. There are flashes of lightning all around. The tent is rippling with the wind kind of violently. You can see that there are more hands on deck, more gnolls mostly, all with this kind of chalky white fur, that are just kind of making sure that the boat stays steady. It seems incredibly unsafe to you. You've done enough travel to know that, like, traveling on the deep sea is already dangerous enough. Doing it in the middle of a storm alone in an unprotected ship like this seems super, super dangerous. But there is, about 8 minutes into this vision, a loud yell in Gnoll. I don't know if you speak Gnoll?
God damn it. Hold on. Let me check.
Sure.
I don't, but let me just do it for my own feeling. No, unless they decide to speak a different language.
They sure
But
don't. There's a yell in Gnoll. However, you can see that the one who yelled it points forward, and you're able to kind of turn this vision around and look in that direction. And as the vision is coming to a close, you can see illuminated by a couple flashes of lightning what at first looks like an island, kind of off on the horizon in the distance. But as you get a couple more flashes and as the vision starts to pull back to yourself, you can see that this island is ghastly, chalky, bone white. And you swear that you see this big tusk kind of poking out of the water, impossibly large. large enough to be like a 5-story building. And what appears to be maybe an eye socket on the side of this island, it looks to you to be just an enormous, impossibly huge bone skull island of some sort, and then the vision drops.
Quick questions before, like, what during the vision.
Sure.
So I know that Nomad and I were on a boat of gnolls when this campaign started.
Correct.
Do these seem similar?
The gnolls, kind of.
Were they?
The boat does not seem similar at all. The gnolls that you traveled with were kind of using just a standard sailing ship. This appears to be a very strange ship. It's almost like a longboat that has like a canvas tent covering, almost like a river boat. It's a very peculiar design that you've not traveled on before.
But the gnolls we traveled with weren't chalky white.
No. This is, I believe, probably the first time that you've come across any sort of like chalky white gnolls. I guess give me a history check with advantage.
With
because they're
advantage?
humanoids. Yeah. Never. You've never come across like a white furred gnoll before.
And you say I see a few orcs that I recognize from my tribe, and a few that are covered with tattoos similar to Nordo.
Correct.
Nordo.
Yep.
I guess while I'm waiting before the storm happens, I'm gonna be like looking around the boat and see if I find any other clues, like any other symbols, maybe any markings from the Lion Company or
Sure.
from any other trading companies.
So
I know I already made a perception check. Should I make a different one?
yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check. You're definitely able to see everything that there is to be seen.
Could I use my inspiration to give myself advantage?
Sure, go for it.
Please be better.
You see on several of these orcs' left shoulders there is this image branded in of a laughing canine skull with a jester's hat. However, you do also see that on several of them, probably 3 or 4 of the 10 or 15 that are within 20 feet of your vision, there is also a smaller brand of the SSLC, a lion wearing a nice formal top hat.
Gotcha. I don't hear the orcs like talking amongst themselves or anything.
You would probably be able to hear that there is an older woman, orc, who seems to be trying to comfort the younger orc next to her. Trying to just tell him that everything is going to be okay, everything is alright, the storm will pass, we're not going to sink. And eventually the gnolls kind of come by and just bark at her to shut up. And she stays quiet.
Gotcha. All right. I come back out. Motherfucker.
Who, Chelsea?
He's apparently been captured. Apparently he's on some, I don't know, red orange wood boat. There's with these chalky white gnolls that have captured some of my people and, well, the orc tribe, and some with tattoos like yours, and some of the lion brands.
Yeah, it's the same thing I saw in my when I used it.
Describe the ship and the people on it to me.
Whenever Nordo, what does your brother look like? I mean, did you just?
He.
Oh, he's a turtle.
In character.
Did I see a turtle on that boat?
He's not a turtle.
Oh, your orcish brother.
Yeah, he's a half orc. I haven't seen him in a few years. He was still young. He was only 10 or 11 or so. He's probably about 14, 15 now, something like that.
Does he sound like the young orc that the woman was talking to in my vision?
No, that orc looked a lot younger, like 7 or 8.
Did I see any half orcs?
No, you would have just seen all orcs.
There were only all orcs in this one. Does your ship also have chalky white gnolls?
Yes, it did. Same as just like you're describing. Same kind of wood, same storm that we were going through. Same
Towards a Tusky island,
I didn't see that.
driving towards a storm.
I saw the storm. I didn't see any island.
Did you? And I'm going to describe what Chelsea looks like. I haven't really thought of what it looks like. He's like in his 30s. He's kind of like a little older.
As the two of you kind of like try to do this comparison back and forth, you kind of both deduce that it's probably the same ship, but you didn't see any of the same orcs. Like, you kind of saw different ends of the ship.
Gotcha.
Interesting. Have I ever heard of an island that is a giant tusk with an eye socket?
Give me a history check, and Nordo, give me a history check.
This is probably a long shot, but I saw a bit of a storm approaching in my vision of Eisenmar. There aren't any islands near or on or around Eisenmar that have big old skulls on them, are there?
Give me a history check.
Do I get advantage because humanoids or no?
Sure. Yeah, your class says you do. Oh, thank God, everybody rolled shit. That's helpful. Okay.
Damn.
I was going to roll history after description, so sorry.
All right.
May I?
Yeah, go for it. It's going to be a very difficult DC for you.
Yeah, just 19.
Thank God I get to walk out of this session with some secrets.
Yeah.
None of you have really heard anything about this. Nordo, out of everyone here, that it feels just like vaguely familiar. Like maybe you've heard something like it in an old story or a wives' tale or a myth or a legend about a big floating skull island. But you definitely don't recognize it as like a real place on a map that you know of.
Right.
Hey,
something.
Flick, our in a party sailor.
What?
Have you ever heard of a strange island that's like a skull or something with a giant tusk and an eye socket?
I mean, that sounds like something in a story to me, but
Yeah, it sounds like something in a scrying, in two scryings to me.
Nope, never heard of it. Sounds like you're reading too many books, mate.
You can never read too many books.
I mean, there's that one with all the flying children and the weird skull island. Are you sure you're not thinking of that one?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Do
well,
you
you
think
don't read
this-
the right books then?
Most of the stories I know are about orcs and them killing lots of people and then them getting killed.
Well,
There's lots of
Okay,
folk
maybe you
tales
should
about
read
don't
some
do
better
stuff, you get
books
killed.
then.
do you
But I
perhaps
can't-
think the storm that the ship is sailing toward is Storm Cellar? I know it's a weird coincidence if
I
it is.
figured the weather there would be nice.
Hey Gail, what's Storm Cellar look like? There's not like a giant skull there, is there?
Let's see
God.
how many people we can
Okay.
have make the same exact check.
So, I was going to say, no, this is legit, though, and I'm actually glad it came up, because I don't know if it's come up yet before. Gale would know all of this, but I'll have to tell him so he can tell you. Storm Cellar is called Storm Cellar because it's built into the side of a big, red, rocky mountain in what is essentially a badlands, kind of this mesa-like a series of plateaus that is riddled constantly with high winds and storms. It is almost to the point of being totally uninhabitable. There are some giants that make little cities on the civilization or on the surface, and a few other kind of sturdier civilizations. Every now and then, dwarves will make a little settlement, but even those are mostly built into the sides of mountains. The entire continent of Saznak, but especially the eastern half of it, is just constantly engulfed in pretty significant storm winds, tornadoes, flashes of lightning. Which means most of the creatures that live there do so underground. And Storm Cellar is one of those cities built into the side of a mountain, and they have a big opening, like a cave opening, that is exposed to this constant storm outside, but it's protected by this magical force field, which they call the cellar door. And they will open and close it to let people in and out in groups, but only briefly and only, at their own risk. It's very dangerous to travel outside. It's kind of like, what was the name of that fucking place in Final Fantasy X? Was it? It wasn't Xanarkand. It was on the way to Xanarkand. I don't remember, but it's kind of like that.
Okay, I have one more thing I want to make a check on if you'll let me.
Sure.
Do I recognize the wood that made the ship?
Oh boy, do you have carpenter's tools?
Hell no.
You could try nature, but it's going to be harder.
That's fine.
Nope. Sure don't.
That's still a good roll, though.
It's still pretty
I'm
good.
still proud of myself. I'm proud of myself regardless. Well, here I thought that I was free to live a happy, peaceful life of not having to worry about people I care about. But here we are.
My apologies.
Yeah, sucks to be you guys. I'm sorry, that was insensitive.
I was just hoping that we could focus on your problems, and now it's more complicated now that we have more problems to worry about. So it makes it a bit more difficult. He'll probably be
Potentially
fine. He's
linked.
a hardy individual.
I mean, like I get it. I really want to get back to Eisenmod, but you guys have family members in danger. I mean, you know,
I hope
my home is fallen, but most of my family can fly. If I just need to go back and check up on Eisenmod on my own, that's totally fine. I don't want to like drag you guys into my shit too.
That's not what
But
I'm
we
saying.
do not have a means to find them.
That wasn't what I was saying, Vasu. I just was saying that it was easier when I didn't have anything else to worry about, but I still obviously want to help you guys. And I will.
You guys are good people. You know that?
I don't know about that. We just kind of cleaned his skull out with bugs so that Nomad could use it for something. So, it's a little
There's
gray.
nothing wrong with that.
It's almost clean, boss.
Thank you.
I love that his mic wasn't by his face. It even sounds like it was in the back of
From a
the room.
distance. Yeah.
What time is it now? 11?
It is now 11 p.m. You guys have been up for a while. You've done a lot today. You're starting to get tired. You can definitely keep staying up, especially if you plan on sleeping in, but you're going to start, pushing potential exhaustion levels.
Should we keep a watch tonight, you think?
Yeah, I'll
Sounds
take the first
wise.
watch. I'd like to
All right.
take another look in this thing while I'm on watch anyway.
Yeah, I've got a scry to do too.
I'll take whatever watch you guys need me to. I'm done scrying.
And what day of the week is it?
I think it's Monday. Let me check.
Oh, are we going to have a long rest?
No, we just had one.
Oh, we just had one.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Oh.
people already rolled for their short rest already.
Yes, I think.
Oh,
I'll
then
do
I
the start of the
shouldn't-
session.
Yeah, I shouldn't have rolled short rest.
Yeah,
then.
the short rest has not technically happened yet. It's still the same day as the fight.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Okay.
Who
But,
to be
you
a
know, I don't
warlock
think
and
it's
not
gonna
give
be-
a shit about the long rest?
Oh, to be a warlock, I can have 2 spells.
Yeah.
I'm so happy I finally have 3 spells on Anu.
Drop yourself in
so
the
wait, I'm confused. Did we have the long rest after the fight with Shul, or
No, it was before we came to the Underdark, I think,
Okay.
or just right after
Oh.
we came in.
I'll take mine with Nordo so that Mo can have his later so he can scry.
Yeah, I need to watch with somebody who doesn't need to scry.
I think I'm done scrying.
I will watch you while you're scrying, so watch your back in case you get
Tapped.
attacked. Yeah.
Oh no,
What's wrong?
we both moved at the same time. It's fine. Everything's fine now.
We did it. I show Gail this letter from Poe to Leo, by the way, and the translation. I do not know what it means.
Working on it.
That's why you're so quiet.
So that explains why Drake's so quiet. He's in there solving the puzzle for us. Thank God.
Someone had to do it.
I swear to
What
God,
do
if
they
he just
mean?
solves this shit right now, I'm gonna be so upset.
Who needs a cipher?
Elise will fill whatever needs to be filled. It looks like we just need somebody on either second or third.
Toto can do it, I
Yeah.
guess.
Toto's awake for all of this because he's Toto. So
That's fair.
Yule and Patches number 2.
I don't know if I need to base my watch order around it, but I'm trying to figure out who to meditate with this week.
oh, that'd be
But I
a
guess
good
I can
idea.
probably meditate in the morning.
Yeah.
I can meditate with you. I've never spent. We can be bird bros together. Sorry,
wanna
Nordo.
meditate with
I don't
us
love you
too.
anymore. No, I don't want to be with you all.
We're not pros. What if all 3 of us take first watch together?
Yeah, Yule has patches. She's got it. No, get her
Now
out of
get
here.
Yule out of
Oh,
here.
I see what we're
You
doing.
and Patches, yeah. I don't know if that's safe.
I can't meditate with used to.
Why not?
I don't know. The DM didn't give me an option for it.
Who can you meditate with?
Notably, so I should clarify a couple of things here. This is an in-world phenomenon that you cannot find a connection between these two. You can try, and when you kind of sit down and begin to meditate between these two, there is just this bond that you've been able to find between yourself and these other people. And when you close and you focus, and you try to kind of tap into this this elemental energy that you use to fuel a lot of your magic and a lot of your magical strike. You're able to find the chi of another person, and you find Nordos and you find Aces, but when you try to just bring them together and tether them together, they keep slipping apart. They keep slipping past each other. It's just like trying to push two magnets together that are constantly trying to repel each other away. There's something about their chi that is not compatible.
Okay.
Come
So I'll
on, Moat and I.
I will probably like start to try and meditate with Nordo and Ace, and then when I notice that, I'll just kind of stand up and be like, this just isn't working out. There's some incompatibilities with the chi of some shit.
You got
It's not-
shitty chi.
It's not you guys, it's me, I'm sure. I mean,
It was
you guys are
probably
like,
dragon steaks.
yeah, that too. I mean, you guys is like brother orcs. I'm sure you get along just fine, and your chi's like, your chi goes to brunch all the time together. But it's probably a thing. So I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good watch.
Yeah, thanks.
Good. That's a good insight roll.
Come meditate with us, Vasu.
Who?
Um,
Moat and Nomad.
He says, etching things on the skull.
He's got so I assume they're doing this in Qualith too, right?
Yeah,
So
it's like
so Nomad has got his tentacles like wrapped around this skull. He's just like gnawing on this skull, just like I don't know. It looks like he's probably just licking and squirming all over this skull.
you can hear the scraping of his like gnashers on it,
Oh,
and it's leaving like
I
these
love it.
intricate like things.
God.
Can I spend 25 gold worth of materials to turn this into like a focus for augury as well?
Yeah, that's reasonable. Sure.
I need to find 25 gold worth of materials.
I'm sure there would have been some in the laboratory.
Yeah. Like there should be like gold, some gems or something.
Notably, and Gale looked very thoroughly earlier. The only gems that he found were the 100 gold of diamond dust in the scrying
Yeah,
room.
I'm not using that. He needs that.
It does seem like all of the other treasure that you found has been coinage and a couple of magic items. No gems.
Oh, that's fine. I can like melt some gold, I think.
Gold would work. You could alternatively take 50 gold of still stones, which would be 5 level zeros, and use those. Kind of up to you.
50 gold of still stones. I don't know if Gale will kill me for that. Can I find some platinum pieces I can melt?
Yeah, absolutely.
Moat's nearby. He's hot, right?
I was going to say, you're going to need Moat's
I can
help,
help.
but he's a professional blacksmith, don't you know?
He's I'm
I'm a professional blacksmith, trust me.
Yeah.
I guess give me a blacksmithing. Do you have any proficiency for this? I keep forgetting. I don't. Think
I
you
have
any.
tinkering tools.
Oh, that'll work. Okay, yeah, just some sort of a check for this, with help
Here
from
we
Moat.
Thank you, Moat.
Anything for you, God?
Ooh, yeah, these are a good team. Moat is able to kind of heat things up, just kind of holding a palm over it long enough to get it to liquefy.
You're excellent.
Using the magic to kind of protect you from scalding your own beak. And then you're able to use that to kind of scribe these Qualith etchings in platinum all over the skull.
Yeah, I imagine like we etch them and then we fill it with the platinum.
Hell yes. That's actually a really fucking cool image.
Right? Could you, when we get my split, can we just remove 25 gold from it
Yeah,
and give it to everyone else? Yeah.
We should probably just do that during this rest too.
Yeah. Splitting sounds good.
Don't
That's
forget
correct.
that Vec needs to mark down Yules.
That's a really good point. After I do my watch, I will.
Yeah,
split
I kind of
the load up.
want to talk with Nordo.
Yes, I've got some stuff too.
For sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably easier to just split it and then I subtract 25 gold from what I got. That makes sense.
Real quick for reasons, Gale, are you taking a watch or are you just sleeping through the whole night?
I'll take a watch.
Cool. You want fourth? You want something else? Oh, actually, they're all full. So which one do you want?
I mean, Patches and Yules are
Uh,
taking one, so
I'll
you
go.
help the shorties.
I'll join first watch just because I've got that medium armor to.
Cool.
Hang on.
Sounds good.
I'll take third watch with Lees and Flick.
All right. Okay, perfect.
And I'll probably bug people to meditate with me in the morning instead of fucking up watch orders and waking people up for it.
For sure.
Is mine not updating, or is Moat the only one on 4th?
Nomad's down there too.
Elise is there.
It's Elise is in 3rd, and I don't see anybody on 4th except for in the side screen where I see Moat and Nomad. It's being funky. We have to get out of this map because it's huge and causing everything to lag. Anyway, real quick, Vasu, is this a thing that you wanted to do on watch, or should we do it now?
I mean, it's just like doing my meditation social link thing for the rest of the week, so I can do it in the morning. It doesn't need to be during watch.
Okay, we'll
It's just any time during a short rest, I think.
Perfect. We will do that in the morning then. And then Ace, was this a thing that you're doing on watch?
It's just I wanted to talk to Nordo.
Okay, we're on first watch, so let's go ahead and do it.
Okay. This is a little bit of a long shot, but when Vasu attempts to meditate with me and Ace and fails to do so and gives that ridiculously socially awkward explanation of what happened,
I thought it was good.
as a fellow monk and sort of aware of my own chi, do I sense what he sensed, that like me and Ace can't connect for some reason? I had rolled insight of 25, if that matters.
Okay, give me the insight. You can definitely tell that Vasu is noticing something. He's having trouble making a connection. Give me a wisdom check to see like what you understand of his perspective on chi.
Okay.
Compared to your own. When he sits you down and begins to perform this ritual with you, his approach to chi is, or ki is very different from the way that you've studied it. He talks about finding attunements and associations in each person's soul, specifically to the 4 elements. That's kind of the way that his monastery operates, is finding these links between people and the elements, and trying to kind of guide those elemental links into empowering the person that has them. And you get the sense as he's working on you and on Ace that he either can't find elemental links or he's finding them and they're incompatible with each other. It's a very strange approach to ki, but you kind of get the sense as he's explaining it, as you feel him poking around, you can tell that he's definitely manipulating ki, that there is just an association between yourself and Ace that can't be made. Like you're either opposing elements or different elements, or one of you doesn't have an elemental connection or something like that.
Okay.
It does kind of open your mind. It's an approach to ki that you've never really seen before, but he's able to express it very clearly, and even demonstrate it as he's doing this ritual, and it makes a lot of sense to you.
Gotcha.
It's a new way to do similar magic, but kind of from a different angle.
Right. After he leaves, I'll just look at Ace and be like, well, that was a little strange, wasn't it?
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense it didn't work.
I don't know. When I do the whole meditation and ki thing, it's more about the art of it and the practice of swinging weapons, honestly. A little more simplistic, I guess.
I guess that's true. I don't really know much about ki, but I know he's very elemental, and my kind has been stripped of our elemental abilities, so I probably just don't have an element. I probably just don't have a lot of stuff, honestly.
Suppose that makes sense, though.
Ace is kind of like, his leg's kind of like jumping, but he looks a little anxious.
Anything the matter, little orc? I'm guessing you're just as worried as I am about Cal. You're worried about Chelsea.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one thing to hear you talk about being a slave and what you went through, but it's another thing to actually feel like someone you know is going to go through it. Chelsea was the first person who ever truly cared about me, so he's dear to me.
I understand. When I got taken by the slavers and then taken by the Crimson Hand after that, I resolved to be a free man, and then we took Cal in as one of our slaves. I resolved to get him out too. So seeing him like that, he was really the only friend I had in the Crimson Hand. I mean, there were people I didn't mind fighting alongside, but he was the only one I really cared about. Thought of him as a little brother. But we'll get him back. I've broken chains more than once in my life. I'll do it again.
I think you're right. He kind of like slaps himself in the face a few times with his hands, but like, yes, you're right. Chelsea, and I'm sure your friend too. They're orcs. They are hardy. They can survive. They can survive some of the most harsh things. They got this, and we'll get to them.
That we will. Well, hell, we got to Marvel just like we said we would. And now he's here.
And then we'll kill those motherfuckers.
Then we'll kill those motherfuckers.
Also, quick thing for you, Feck, because I don't know if if I misunderstood or not, but you said that some of them had on their left shoulder the laughing canine emblem.
Right.
You said that was on the orcs?
It is on the orcs, correct. Left
On
shoulder
the
branded
orcs
on.
from my tribe, from the orcs from Nordos, or all of them?
It appeared to be all of them.
Yeah, it's
And
all the same thing.
Then who had the lion ones?
It seemed to be a mix of them. Probably about a third of them had that one, and that one is in different places. It's usually either like the back of the shoulder blade, sometimes the back of the neck, sometimes the bicep. It's much smaller. In fact, it's almost only about the size of a stamp.
And that's noted. That symbol from the lion company. Is that a symbol of someone who's part of them, or someone who's a slave from them?
So does that sound reminiscent of the brands that I have from
Right.
them?
Yeah.
Okay. Nordo kind of leans forward and points to the back of his neck, where there is a tattoo of broken manacles, but it is tattooed over a brand that looks exactly like what you saw in that vision. He says, "Did it look anything like this?"
Looked exactly like that one.
And they were slaves, taken in by the Savage.
So what's the connection between, I guess, Laughing Jack's canine thing and I guess Laughing Jack's dead? So the Laughing Canine and Lion Company. What's the connection?
That I don't know. I never heard of them Knoll people before, but we got an ace detective with us. I'm sure he'll figure it out.
I'll do my best. I can't. I will. You're right. I will. We'll do it together, all of us.
We will. Now, if you'll excuse me for a moment, Basu's weird meditation threw me off. I'm doing a little meditating of my own.
Do you mind if I try it with you?
Not at all. Well, I'll be honest, I was also gonna do a little, what's the word? Nomad taught me. Experiment.
Oh, what's that? Well, what was the experiment?
Nordo reaches into his pouch, and he pulls out the little pumice stones that he had collected from the bottom of that water passageway where the lava was like hardening into stone. Kind of lays them out in front of him, sits cross-legged, and starts like stacking them up into a stack of rocks, sort of like Ikodio did with his rocks by that pond. And he says, when we were on the ship, we tried to... Friend Nomad had me try to focus my mind and move dust with my mind. And it seemed like maybe it worked, but we weren't sure. Just thought maybe I'd try it again now that things are a little more still.
I could try something and see if it helps. I can't promise it will, but it might.
What sort of something?
Well, I'm able to connect with, I guess, just nature in general. I learned it from Chelsea. it's kind of how I can sense people and I guess aberrations now. Maybe I can focus on it and try to channel it into you, kind of help you connect with just nature in general. Nature's made up of all elements, so
He kind of thinks for a second. Maybe, meaning no offense or anything, but maybe I feel like I need to try it myself, and if it doesn't work, then we'll try that.
seems reasonable.
Just so I know for sure if this is something that I can do.
How about this? While you do that, I'll go over here and keep watch, keep an eye out, give you some privacy. Maybe not tamper with the energy around you.
Sure. I know this all sounds silly. I ain't gonna move any rocks with my mind, but I've seen stranger things.
Well, I think it's important to try.
Sonora sits down and he stacks the pumice stones from that lava up. Kind of stares at them for a minute. Thinks about the fact that it's that fiery, hot, weird lava, and thinks about Moat. Thinks about Akodia with his stack of rocks. Thinks back to the dust on the ship that he moved. And he holds out his arm, whichever arm Leah used with her lightning arm. I think it was her left arm.
Yep.
He holds out the same arm, kind of closes his eyes and thinks about that vision really hard, about her, the lightning that sort of went through her veins, and thinks back to the ship and just tries to focus real hard on the earth.
Sure. Give me a wisdom check.
I will use inspiration.
Sure.
Amazing.
You focus and meditate and do your best to kind of bring yourself into this this trance, this state of meditation, and something that you've done several times before. And you find it. You find your center. You find this place of peace, of tranquility, of strength. And you can feel that, especially after Vasu's explanation of how their monastic order handled Ki, that if you want to, you can kind of sense a very small connection between yourself and kind of the world all around you. You feel a faint connection with the wind that blows past and with the stone beneath and above you, the water in the distance, the fire underneath that bubbling away. And there is this connectedness, this wholeness, this oneness that you're able to find now that it's been shown to you. But when you try to take that connection and manipulate and exert your will over it, it feels a little too big for you. It feels like you're present and you're watching, but you don't have control. You can touch it, but you can't move it. And the stones stay stacked, and everything is peaceful and quiet, and Ace eventually returns and finds you and Gale still on watch. But you're not able to really, move rocks with your mind or anything.
I wanted to do something while I was away as well.
Sure.
So I go up over here, kind of sit on the ledge. I reach into my vest pocket and pull out this just matted mass of paper that was once the crane I folded up that is now damaged by water, and place it next to me. And I'm like, I'm sorry for pretending. I never was much a godly man. I never really had faith in any of you. You said never really provided me with anything, and it was selfish of me to pretend for any reason. But at the very least, you might like this city. It's gone through a lot of change of names, change of people. Hell, they put holes in a ceiling to make a shithole. So at least there's that. Sorry for pretending. And then I just go back to Nordo.
Ace, give me a perception check. Oh, that looks so fucking cool. You set the wad of papers there, and it kind of slumps in its sad self, ruined from having to swim through several underwater passages to get here. But still kind of this bright color, and you can vaguely make out a neck shape, and, it's still kind of just a sad, wet, dead crane. But as you return to the group, you can see Nordo in a deep, deep trance, and you notice Gale kind of look over his shoulders as you approach. And for just a split second, as Gale is looking over his shoulder at you, one of his eyes looks kind of green, and you do a double take, and you look back, and it looks normal again, but it looked like one of Gale's eyes was green as he returned, just briefly.
I kind of chuckle to myself. Just keep on going forward.
God damn it.
You summoned him.
You did it. Anyway,
All right. Wait, I did what?
you summoned him. You brought Gale back.
Yay.
With that, the first watch goes smoothly. Yeah.
Hey, Gale, your eye looked green earlier. You're probably still cursed.
Sorry, one last thing on that watch. I do want to use the scrying orb during our hour or two, whatever we have.
Oh, right. Good call.
Yeah.
I'd like to use it to scry on whoever wrote this. Watch you first. Little Dragon, is there anybody that you want to use this on? You hadn't had a chance to use it yet.
I don't think so.
All right. If y'all don't mind, I'm going to see if I can figure out who left this letter for me.
Good luck.
Thank you. What are you working on over there?
Just getting some stuff ready for traveling tomorrow. We got a lot of people that are going to need to be able to breathe underwater, so.
You're the cleverest fella I've ever met. I'm going to go up to the orb and pull the letter out and attempt to scry on whoever wrote this letter.
Okay. You have a possession of theirs. This is secondhand. Let's see. You focus on the orb. You feel confident this time. Now, your third time using it, that you have control, that you'll be able to move around and see what you want to see. And you embrace the darkness as it creeps in from the sides of your vision. But this time, for the first time since you've started using it, after a few seconds, it kicks you out. You feel like it was not able to make a connection.
Okay. This is an insane long shot given my total lack of arcana. Can I get a sense as to whether it didn't work because I don't have like a close enough connection, or if it's just like, do I get the sense that it could work?
You can give me an arcana check. It's kind of difficult to say.
Yeah, I'm guessing so.
It's really hard to say.
Okay. So Nordo probably just assumes that it's not going to work. And I... to it. And does that come from regular HP or temp?
Oh shit, you cut out for a big chunk of that. What was that?
I'm sorry. After that fails, I just assume that it's because I don't have a close enough connection. But I keep my hand on the orb, and I siphon 10 hit points into it and attempt to scry on Leah again.
Okay, let's see.
And I have 9 temp HP. Does it come from that or right out of my own health pool?
Let me check. I think it specifically says hit points, but let me go double check that real quick. To siphon 10 hit points. Yeah, that will come out of your real health.
Got it.
You focus once more. And it connects once again. This time in just darkness. In what appears to be the same room, you can still see the storm flashing on the window every once in a while. But it appears that all the lights are out. You can see just barely lit up by the outside light a bed and a figure sleeping in it, just kind of passed out. 10 minutes pass in the blink of an eye. It just appears to be sleeping in a bed on a ship.
Okay. Boy. I siphon another 10 HP and just scry on her one more time, just to watch for a little bit longer. And then I return to Gale and Ace.
Yep, absolutely. As you kind of go through, it's distant, it's far away, but you can feel sleep start to come over you. Your eyelids get heavy, and it almost feels like she's not too far away. That there's this connection of rest, just knowing that she is out there and she is peaceful currently, and she is able to rest, and so too should you.
Just
I
sort of-
want to. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Just sort of wipe the tears and return to my sleeping spot and sort of tuck in my shell and go to bed.
I just want to primeval awareness a few times to see if those aberrations got any closer or if any other aberrations got near.
Yep, you do a cautionary check while you're on watch, and it appears that they have not come anywhere nearby. You still sense nomad, but that is it. In fact, you don't even get any humanoids beyond the ones that are in this fort with you.
Gotcha.
And with that, the rest goes smoothly. Did anybody else have anything that they were doing on their watch overnight?
I've got
Maud
some
was
scrying to do.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we still got plenty of scrying time. So it does get to fourth watch. Moot. Who'd you like to scry on?
All right. What time of day is it?
On fourth watch, it would be pushing about 6:37. People are probably starting to wake up back home.
Okay. Not that that matters for my first scry. So, for my first scry, I will kind of just walk over to it with my my sword. I'll set the sword to the side of the orb, and then I will reach one hand up to my chest, where my parents used to always tell me that story about it glowing that I kind of ignored forever. And then I'll put another hand on the orb, and I'm going to attempt to scry on the Phoenix of Firebird's roost and just see what happens.
Huh.
Beautiful.
Okay.
The magic words are
Swiggity swooty.
"Show me that booty."
Your vision begins to blacken and blur around the edges, and it becomes narrower and narrower until eventually you're pulled back out to, and I need to double check this because it's been a hot minute, a forest, a very tall forest. The clouds are low, and there's a mist and a fog that kind of rolls off of a nearby lake. You can tell that you are looking through a porthole. And as your vision kind of comes to you look around and see that you are also on a ship, on a familiar airship, in the cargo bay. And as you look around, it appears to be an empty room. But you do see that there is the covered wagon down in the cargo bay, where, for the time being, the bones have been wrapped in cloth and kind of tucked away.
Interesting. Does the
do-
ship look okay?
Yeah, ship looks okay, and as you kind of just sit there and watch, nothing really interesting happens right there, but you do actually kind of hear, from up above you, the sound of a Jew's harp, and some occasional singing of a tiny little voice that is vaguely familiar to you. Occasionally applauded by some kobolds that are kind of doing their best to sing along with these tunes as Eddie Jamjar gives a bit of a morning song of rest.
Excellent. All right. And then I will siphon 10 hit points into it. And then, if I can, I will pull out my kalimba. And then I want to scry on Oriana. And I just kind of start playing while I watch.
Easy enough. Yeah, sheep would be. Okay, cool. Let me check a thing. Oh, actually, yeah, your vision, again, creeps at the edges, and it grows darker and darker, but this time there's a snap after a few seconds, and you feel yourself kind of shunted out. It seems you were not able to make a connection.
I siphon another 10 and try again.
This time, almost immediately, it fails. It seems to just immediately disconnect the second time.
Interesting.
You can give me an Arcana check.
I mean, I can't, but I'll do it anyway.
You could try to give me an Arcana check.
Is your nose bleeding?
Profusely.
Yeah, no idea what's going on. Weird as shit.
You need some assistance there.
Once someone succeeds against scrying, they can't be scryed on again for 24 hours.
Mo doesn't know that.
I know me either.
Nomad explains it. Did you scry twice in a row? Do not do that.
He's gonna dump 70 points.
It's the
of
same
health
person who
trying to
just took.
scry.
I just took 2 catnap potions in barely more than an hour from each other.
Yeah, Nomad explains like, yeah, no, do not. If it fails the first time doing it, then the same person fails automatically for 24.
Well, that's good to know.
I think he was busy like carving the skull still at this point.
It's not gonna work.
Takes a break, like dabs on Moat's nose like an overly like worried parent. Puts a tissue in there.
I'll appreciate it. It's just a little blood. I'll be fine.
I really wish you would have just ended the sentence with takes a break and dabs on Moat.
No.
What is this? This is our prayer sign. No, it's not. It's a fist.
It's a fist bump.
I'm just imagining like the Adventure Time fist bump. Yeah.
Here, Moat.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Well, I don't want to pump any more blood into this thing, but I guess I
There.
can just check on my family a different time.
You gain 12 HP over the course of like a few rounds. It's only first level, so it's fine.
That's more than enough. Appreciate it.
Alright, I am back. Did anyone else have any scrying or anything they were doing overnight? Or
Yes. I wanted to do it in the morning when I woke up.
Alright, let's get through the night first and see if we have anything else going on real quick.
Yeah.
And we'll jump back to that.
Nomad finishes the skull with Moat's help, and their watch is done. And
Looks really good.
thank you. Could not have done it without your help.
I bet you could have.
Statistically, probably.
Although it is a lot better because I helped.
It is. It would not have this finish. Also, I would not have been able to melt the platinum in
I also
time.
may have killed myself scrying.
Still, 20% of your health, maybe. It's not too bad. You have been in worse condition.
I have been. That's true.
What did you look for?
I was trying to see my sisters. Haven't seen them in a minute. But before that, I was trying to find the Phoenix. But it just honed in on the Tomarella's bones, so
He was the Phoenix?
apparently was / still is.
Then perhaps he will return.
I mean, it makes sense. They want us to take him to Firebird's Roost. I guess it stands to reason.
Do you think this is a good thing, this Tamarello?
I guess that's kind of a loaded question, but I think so. Do you not think it's a good thing?
Yeah, we simply do not know much about him.
That's true.
But if you think it's a good thing, it should be a good thing.
I'm sure it's a good thing.
And he opens the skull's mouth, and there's a little latch there he's attached to it. He puts the Mind Flayer orb in the mouth and shuts.
Well, that's fancy.
It is complete.
What are you gonna do with that?
As he says, it is complete, and as the last rest is the last watch is kind of coming to a close, and you're almost completing the rest. There is a sudden, noticeable shift in the wind. All at once, it's like all of the air in this giant cavern is all being sucked back upriver, very suddenly and almost not really violently, but it's enough to notice. It's like a very, very quick change in direction. Some of the dust kicks up. All of the steam rushes past. There's a blast of kind of this hot, steamy air that eventually cools as the wind, speeds up. And that goes on for 5 or 6 sudden seconds, and then it kind of stops and goes back to normal, and everything drifts back in place.
What was
The
that?
fuck?
My sentiments exactly. What is going on?
Should we go grab everybody?
It seems like... Did that seem natural? Like just something opened in this cave?
Give me a nature check.
You got about 3 seconds before Mo just runs off on his own.
He uses a bonus action to become proficient in it. And here you go.
Sorry.
It's set to... Oh, it's a crit.
Oh shit.
There's a couple of different reasons that could happen. If there was suddenly, like, a chasm opening up that sucked a bunch of water down into it, that would create a vacuum that would pull all the air that way. There could be definitely a magical explanation. There's clearly been a lot of weird shit going on with all the lava, so that could be an option. It felt a little bit too...
Do I think it's the rip?
You feel like if it had been a natural thing, it would have been preceded by some other noticeable telltale sign, like the sound of earth moving, or a splitting, or an earthquake. The fact that it was just the moving of wind with nothing to explain it does feel a little unnatural to you.
Do I get the sense that it's the rift opening?
Oh boy, no, it doesn't. It feels like it's rushing past this fortress from east to west. It doesn't feel like it's like rushing into the castle or anything like that.
Okay. I explained to Mo to the best of my ability that this could be natural, but it does not seem like it is. Perhaps we should wake everyone up, or hope we're still alive.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You go get everybody. I'm gonna go check it out.
No,
And I run off.
He just throws, like, Nibbler on his shoulder, just to make sure.
And I'm sorry, really, really quick.
Yeah. And he goes to wake people up.
Can I retcon one thing on my rest? I'm sorry, I know I already took forever.
Sure.
Okay, sorry. After the second scry on Leah, Nordo starts to walk out of this room, and then kind of stops in the door and lingers for 30 seconds, and then walks back to the orb, puts a hand on it, and kind of mumbles to himself in Aquan, tell me it isn't true. And I want to try to scry on Stormhand.
You connect once more, and your vision goes dark around the edges, and after a few seconds there is a disconnect and you are shunted out.
Okay. I have no idea what that means, but I will go back to watch after that.
All right.
Story.
Before we pick up with Nomad running in and Moat running off.
Before that, instead of actually, because I just finished this, instead of Nibbler, Nomad puts a hand on top of that skull, and the Qualith, it shifts and writhes around, changing. And right next to Moat, while he's running, this glowing simulacrum of the skull appears, floating over his shoulder, just as tentacles start coming out of its orifices, and it follows him.
Excellent. Perfect. We are going to be jumping back to do one more scry, I think, but I'm getting some information regarding that. But before we do that, let's jump to Gale. Gale, as you finally, eventually, somewhat content with your plans to transport all of these kobolds and somewhat worried about how they're actually going to go the following morning. Eventually, you probably barely even remember it, but you do fall asleep. And you drift off, first to darkness and to sound rest, but eventually, a rather vivid dream, one that you remember in the morning, does find you. And at first, you're kind of just back home. And you're walking along the streets. Everything is the way you remember it. People are going about their business. Every now and then, people will look at you. Some of them will kind of hush and they'll, oh, that's Gale, isn't it? Yeah, look, it's the wings. And some people will kind of like snub their noses a little bit. Some people look with adoration. Some people look with fear or dejection. Lots of mixed reactions, but reactions. People seem to know who you are, and there are a lot of eyes that glance back at you as you're walking down this street back home. But as you're walking, you feel something kind of brush up against your leg. And you look down, and you can see that there's a cat. A little golden striped, kind of orange and white cat, with these bright green, kind of emerald eyes. And it looks up at you. Even from all the way down there, you can hear just this purring. It kind of just friendly rubs against your ankles, and then it says, I like you. Oh yeah, I like you a lot. You're an outlier. You're an exception. You're a weirdo.
You're a talking cat.
I am. I'm a weirdo too. What's it like back home, being a weirdo? Do people like you, or do they deject you? Tell me.
I don't know.
I think I've got something for you, actually. Here, come with me. And he watches this cat kind of runs down an alley.
I'll follow pretty nervously.
Yeah, you kind of split off from the street, and you begin to kind of chase this cat slowly and cautiously down in the alley. And it seems to stop and wait for you every once in a while. You can see just this pair of green eyes, gentle and friendly. It kind of says, okay, come on, it's this way. And this alley seems to go on and on forever, and it's this kind of vaguely lucid, dreamlike state where distance and time are all wishy-washy. But things start to get colder and bigger and more open until it's kind of a proper cave. You've seen them before. You've spent plenty of time underground. This large cavern where there's this swirling wind. And at first it just sounds like a wind whistling through a cavern, but then you realize that it's moving in shifts, in and then out, and then in and then out, breathing of something very large. And there's this faint blue light. Come on, just a little further, around this corner. Until this cat leads you to a big open cavern where, shedding this faint blue light, is an enormous white and blue tiger that seems to be sleeping, kind of curled up. The size of probably a dragon or a large whale. Absolutely enormous. Like it could just crush a house easily. It's got this like radiant fur, almost like little LED lights, or fiber optic lights, I should say, that seems to just have these tiny little pricks of light at their ends. And you can see that curled up, right at its side, like tucked under one of its arms, are these three orbs, glass orbs that seem to be kind of shining and sparking with some sort of energy inside of them. She turns to look at you and says, they're pretty, right?
Yeah.
think you should go take one.
I'm gonna go take all of them.
Atta boy,
There
Gale.
we go. That's the Gale I know and love. Alright, you start to kind of make your way over, and as you get about halfway over, this big tiger kind of rustles a little in its sleep and snorts and chuffs and eventually kind of curls back down. And you stop and freeze, but he eventually goes quiet again. And you approach, and you can see that inside these 3 glass orbs, the one on the left is this swirling, misty fog. And you swear you can see 2 yellow eyes that occasionally look out from inside of the fog, but then as soon as you spot them, they disappear. One of the orbs has this flashing lightning that just seems to go off every few seconds, illuminating you and the tiger and everything within a few feet of it. And then the last one are these twinkling stars, in other words, solid black sphere of darkness. I'm going to send you a thing, and you tell me which one you're grabbing first.
Alright. I mean, there's no first. I'm going to take them all at the same time.
That's fair. If we want to just reach out and take them all, then we can do it that way too. If you're doing that, then give me a D3.
Alright, this is a lot of text. I'll be a minute.
It sure is. Okay, let's jump back, and while you're sorting that out, let's see, are you back, Flick?
Nope, it'll be a little bit longer. Sorry.
No problem. In that case, let's fast forward a little bit, and we'll do Vasu's meditation thing.
Okay. Just sometime in the morning, assuming everybody is still around and alive for it, I will pull aside Flick and Ace. And I'm gonna meditate with them. And I'll kind of look at Ace while I'm like joining Key with everybody. And I'll be like, "Oh yeah. Now he has a connection. I'm really feeling something here."
Oh, so you can connect with me.
Hey, now shut up for a second. I gotta focus. Vasu just holds both of your hands. It's like sitting between you two. It's a real awkward, like, kumbaya prayer circle thing. We're all holding each other's hands. And at the end of it, because I haven't really described, I haven't thought up enough of a funny scene. So we're just going to fast forward through the hour or so that it takes to meditate. I don't know if I actually have to take a whole hour to do it, but at the end of it, all 3 of us have a free cast of Zephyr Strike.
Oh, that's so good. Zephyr Strike is a great spell for you guys.
It's really
It
good.
is.
It's just a great spell.
Yeah, in general.
And you get it for free.
For free?
Your Ace would always love any way to give himself advantage on an attack.
I'll need it for when we leave the Underdark.
Yeah. It's not the first turn of combat.
Alright, while we're waiting on theatrics, you guys do get through the short rest, so you guys can go ahead and heal up and get your mana back and all that. I don't know if this is updated.
This is definitely not updated.
Yeah, it's
I think I get 6 back a turn now. Or
Vasu
now.
regains nothing.
I gate 8 now.
You will work with Nordo to make some breakfast. So if you guys spend hit dice, you can add an extra d6. Plus 1, I
And
think.
+1 for each die you spend.
Wait, so Moat just kind of ran off?
Yeah, Moat, you run off. Where are you running off to?
Yeah.
At least outside and just see what's happening.
Moat, there's a weird floating skull with like writhing tentacles coming out the bottom following.
I'm used to it.
Excellent.
That's okay, she didn't need health anyway. You kind of burst through the castle door and you take a look outside, and You can definitely tell that there was a strong wind. You can see that some of the stables have had like some hay scattered a little bit in a weird way. Cherry looks a little bit spooked, kind of, sorta, but you know, she's just chirping away.
The lava's still here, I assume. Like there wasn't a weird shift.
Yeah, you take a look over the cliff, and everything seems to be the way that you left it. There's still lava flowing down there, steam boiling up. It's a warm welcome to the morning to get like a steam right in your face. But yeah, no. I guess give me an investigation check to try to make some sense of all this. I guess.
My strong suit.
Yeah, there's no real obvious signs of what it was or what happened or anything like that. It was just a sudden gust of wind that kind of rattled all the windows and doors, and then it lasted a few seconds and then subsided right after Nomad finished that skull, and then sent it with you, and it's now kind of like sitting over your shoulder.
All right, I'll just give him a little pat on the skull and start heading back in.
It follows. Nomad can see all this happening, by the way. Just he's using this as a way to judge whether he should wake everyone up by screaming or not. And he is judged like, oh, he's coming back and it's fine.
Don't worry, it was definitely nothing.
Okay, if you say so. Well, rest and breakfast will be soon, I assume.
Yeah, people are starting to wake up. Gale is probably the first to be awake right now, but we'll deal with that once we've sorted out that choice. In the meantime, we can go ahead and do this.
Oh. Do what?
First of all, just for some bookkeeping over here, Nordor, for the time being, when Yule is not present, you can use Patch Up with Elise.
Oh, wonderful. Elise on life. What a cute name.
And Ace, you've gained a new ability.
With who? With who?
Gale!
Gale!
Gale's
Ooh.
Fun.
I guess I'm gonna have to be in the fray now.
No, stay away still.
I'll have to keep Toto next to you.
That's so cute. Look at us being like friends or something.
Or other way around.
You're both so small.
I like how both of ours are just like, please don't die. We're gonna help each other not die.
That's great.
We're tiny, don't hurt us.
Please don't kill us. And then Moat and Vasu are just like, let's beat the shit out of some stuff.
So
Burn the shit.
For that second one, are those attacks magical?
No, they are actually entirely mundane. It is not a spell casting. It is not,
Garbage.
I mean, it's like, I don't think there's anything in the entire world that resists non-magical that.
It's not about that. It's about because it's not magical. I can't use it.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Which means they get a whopping +0.
Yeah, you know what, sure.
It's okay to say no. It's your abilities.
I'm trying to,
Hello.
like, the source, like, the original... Okay, let me go read the thing real quick. Okay, yes, they can be magical. We'll, like, if we commit to it, then we're committed to it. They are magical. It's not a spell, it's just a non-spell magical ability. But that does mean that if you're in, like, an anti-magic field or something like that, that you can't do it.
Yeah, but if I'm in an anti-magic field, I'm fucked. So
Yeah, accurate.
regardless.
Well then, back to the surface, I suppose.
Well, I kind of wanted to use the scrying orb one more time. I'm like 100% sure it's going to fail, but I still wanted to try.
Yeah, and I'm sure this goes without saying. We should take that with us when we leave. I know we can't bring the stand, but maybe later we can make one or something.
Perhaps.
Seen Gale make big fuck you dragon cannon. Surely he can make a little crystal ball stand.
Yeah, of course, unless anyone else wants to try scrying. I'm almost 100% sure mine's going to fail, but I still wanted to give it a shot.
What'd you have in mind?
I'd rather not let the the gods know that I'm doing this until it's too late.
Always trick the DM.
I mean, I never did get a hold of whoever wrote me this letter. That's really the only thing I've got left. Maybe can say Thistle.
I could
Or
try to
Commodore
scry on
Gigante.
the. Could try to scry on the Raiju, but that's probably gonna fail.
What is it? Quick thing. It looks like Flick's back, and wasn't he going to scry last night or something?
Yeah, he was going to do one of his watch, so if you are ready to do that, we can do that real quick.
3 E's?
Oh shit! I forgot about him.
That's,
You do have a lot of his shit. You have like his entire bag of golden coins.
I
and
was
shit.
waiting for you to get back to recommend 3 E's.
Actually, that's way better than what I was gonna do.
I have my list of every NPC I've ever written a name down for, and I'm just scrolling through looking for people to scry on.
Who should I scry on?
I'm gonna do 2 scrying, and you can do none.
Also an option.
I'm joking, but
You could
Especially if you're-
you could take actually 10 hit points of damage and do another
shit.
scrying.
Yeah,
and then
I'll
you
do
can
that.
Get the
Yeah.
and you get health back after the short rest.
Also, your watch is 2 hours long, so you can just wait an hour and do a second one if you want.
I'll wait an hour and do 2. I'm smart,
Oh.
right?
Oh yeah.
I could have done that with mine too.
Sure could have.
Well, it wasn't RP.
Yeah. Oh, after moats, I guess. Can I do one?
Sure, let's do them in order, though. Let's get Flick, and then we'll do
Commodore Gigante?
Yeah, I'll do Commodore Gigante.
I'm so excited.
All right, so Flick, who are you scrying on?
Well, let's start with 3 Mies. Well, I'll give you I'll do 3 Mies. He sounds more important.
All right, let's see here.
Probably not his real name, and it's probably not gonna work.
I don't think the name matters if you know the person.
I was gonna say I thought for sure that sending was or scrying was one of those spells that needed the real name, but it doesn't. Do I? Oh, I do. Thank God. Okay. You have dark vision, right?
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Oh, let me check this. Okay, right. You walk up to the orb and you begin to scry on 3 Mies, and your vision goes dark around the edges. And there is a brief moment where you feel like you have made a connection. And there is this flash of yellow, like a giant eye, very, very briefly, and then everything pulls back. You find yourself back in the room. It is like the connection has been suddenly severed.
A giant yellow eye?
Yeah, just the briefest momentary flash of a giant yellow eye with these, like you know how a goat's pupil is like 2 little orbs side by side connected by a little line?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like that, but with 3 in the shape of like a triangle. 3 little dots that are all kind of connected at the center, in the center of this giant yellow eye. Open
Well.
and fish-like.
Don't like that, but I'm gonna write that down.
Just scry on Pale Knight, you won't.
No, I fucking won't. That could go very poorly. Well, maybe. I don't know how scrying works.
Nomad just starts writing down a big ol' like presentation on how scrying works.
All right, an hour does pass. Your watch goes on eventfully. If you wanted to do one more for free, you can.
Yep, I'll do it on the character that I definitely have a name for, and definitely didn't forget.
I
Okay.
feel like you have.
I won't make up a name so that you can have the freedom to do that when you think of one.
Okay, I know I have one. I just forgot what it was.
Yeah, I know we've talked about it at some point too. So this time, your vision kind of narrows in, and eventually it reopens somewhere else, and you find yourself back home in what appears to be Seatoll. It's kind of the slummier side of town, and you can see that he is sitting on the docks with a fishing pole. He's wearing kind of a heavy cloak that is, it would be a little bit uncomfortable and atypical and a little too heavily dressed for that town. Except there's a pretty heavy rainfall that is going on. The occasional distant flash of lightning, gray skies and clouds rolling over in the distance. And he keeps looking side to side, but he's fishing, and eventually, about 6 or 7 minutes into the vision, you do see that he catches something and reels it in, kind of throws it into a straw basket sitting next to him. But the whole time he's kind of looking over his shoulders, looks a little paranoid or a little nervous or a little alert, kind of hard to say for sure. But nothing terribly eventful happens in those 10 minutes other than the fish that he catches.
Okay.
I think his name was Flint.
No, Flint is Fekrizi's locksmithing buddy.
Oh, right, different.
Yeah, Flint.
I get people mixed up. Like, who's important NPC is this?
Alright, that brings us to the morning. You do find that Gale is awake, but we'll need to finish getting through his dream real quick before we deal with all of that. If somebody wants to do another scrying in the morning before you guys take off, that is an option.
would like to.
Sure, who'd you like to scry on?
All right, so this is gonna be a little bit more cinematic, because why not? I'm gonna walk up to here, and I'm gonna kind of like close my eyes and be like, "You contacted me first, so at least let this work. I know you're all assholes, but come on." And then I like reach out and I like rip out one of my feathers. You made me, so I'm as much as part of you as you are of me. So maybe you're still on this plane. You've been fell, and I'll try to scry on Corlin.
Ooh, boy, okay.
After sending out that little prayer calling him an asshole.
You reach out and place your hand on the orb, and you begin to focus as you've done, and your vision narrows, and this time, almost immediately, just the moment you start to make a connection to this orb, you feel all of the energy drain out of it, your vision pulls back, and it is just immediately, instantly shut down. No connection at all.
Asshole indeed. Okay. You can contact me, but I can't contact you. That's perfectly fine. All right, didn't work, just like suspected. I can recharge it if we need to, if we're in a time pinch. Do you guys need me to recharge it?
Nah. There was one I was doing last night.
Yeah,
After Moat, yeah.
Yeah, Moat did one, so you could do one.
Commodore Diogante.
Okay.
I just want to see what happens. I've been identified as him, so.
Your vision narrows around the edges, black creeps in, and when it comes to, you're somewhere dark, and it takes time for your dark vision to kind of adjust. You're in... It's a strange experience for you, and it takes the majority of the scrying to really even figure out what's going on, because it just feels like you hear nothing but this low rumble, and you see nothing but darkness, even with your dark vision. But eventually, after focus, and after honing in, and really, really trying to make a connection through this spell, you catch just the faintest glint of this green light from somewhere distant, off in the distance. It seems like something moving, and you realize that you're in a deep, abysmally pitch black cavern somewhere. And you only catch this faint bit of green light from somewhere way off in the distance because it's reflecting off of the edge of what appears to be a vein of diamond or crystal, just barely kind of creaking out through between stones deep underground. It's just this vein of crystal or diamond or something.
That sounds nice. Well, on the bright side, if ever we come across Commodore Diujante's body, there's crystal nearby.
Well, that's good to know.
Problem is, we don't know where this body is. I let it eventually run out, though I am trying to take in as much of the surroundings as I can, limited as it is.
It didn't work, Nomad.
I saw something.
What'd you see?
Destiny.
Whose destiny?
We are to come across riches soon.
Your clairvoyant abilities are unparalleled.
Thank you. What failed, Ace?
I tried to scry on a fallen god. Didn't work. They were kind of being a bitch about it.
Oh, it is difficult to scry on gods.
I told them I was doing it. They could at least let me do it. To keep contacting me. This is why you don't deal with gods, Nomad.
I would let you scry on me.
Thank you, Nomad. You're a peach.
I am a mind flayer.
That too.
Alright. Meanwhile, in Dreamland, Gale walks up and grabs all three of these orbs all at once. Just wraps his arm around all three of them. And from behind, this cassock... Oh, oh no! And from in front of you, as the glass kind of tinks in your arms of all three of these orbs, each about the size of a softball, you watch as one eye opens, this brilliant cyan flashing with this occasional energy, like lightning, across the surface of its eye, and then the other. And then you watch as this tiger, this enormous creature, bares its teeth, revealing one long fang and then the other. And it starts to slowly rise up, and it looks down at you. Those don't belong to you. And it inhales and then leaps forward like it's going to just bite and chomp and swallow you whole. And then you wake up suddenly. And Nomad is kind of going through trying to get people up, talking about some sort of weird windstorm or something.
Gale wakes up screaming something incoherent about Vault 64403.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, sorry, man.
That was so
Vault
fucking fast.
Vault 64403. You solved it already.
I need a couple more minutes. That was a weird dream.
I bring him some water.
What about a vault?
Thanks, Nordo.
Sure thing. Somebody want to note
It's
that
so
for,
nice to have money.
Sochi,
Oh, yes, I'll go
in
to
case he
that.
ever returns.
Just in case.
And
We
just
can leave it in the
there's-
party loot.
It's the second number, the 201. That leaves 200 gold in the party loot.
We have 94 PP, right?
Correct.
I'm glad.
And then
That's a lot.
201 gold.
I will subtract some PPs.
By DP, did you mean SP?
I did. Also, though,
Also, though.
There's so much copper. I'm so happy. We can
Right.
feed rust monsters.
Don't they only ferrous metals though?
I don't know. It just says metal. Any metal rusts.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I check on Cherry.
Yeah, you go out and check on Cherry, and she is happy to see you. She seems okay. Like,
I give her bug food.
Oh, you're perfect.
bug food.
What do you give her as bug food?
I don't know. I know what bugs eat. Pieces of dried dead things and fruit. Crickets eat weird shit.
I actually don't know what crickets eat out of character, so I'm gonna have to go look. But whatever it is, they have.
I don't know. My
nearby.
roommate has crickets and they're really fucking creepy.
They are
Creepy.
Well, my roommate has a leopard gecko, so they bought 100 crickets, and now we have 100 crickets in our basement.
omnivorous.
Oh, they eat both?
Everything.
That's great.
Yeah, so you actually find that there is a wooden crate tucked over in the far back corner, and you open the lid, and you can see that there are just a bunch of spiders, pretty big ones. And Cherry seems very excited to eat spiders.
Yeah, I use primeval awareness to convey, but like, you want some of these to eat?
Oh, hey, do you want the leftover maggots we've got? Like,
You need to use the. Oh wait, I guess Vasu and Nordo didn't want to use those for their.
yeah. Do you need
So-
these? They're just gonna boil it apparently. So
I'm just gonna boil it, I think, but I will accompany you, Ace, with Speak with Animals, so you can just
Yeah.
talk to him.
we
I
are
try to
using
get-
everything.
I still try to use my primeval awareness because I still want to make that connection. Because as Mustard said, having a connection with your mount is the first step, and it's very important.
It is. You gotta connect. Okay, primeval. Oh, right, not that thing. Primeval. Yes. Okay.
You want to communicate with animals with simple ideas and
Right.
shit.
Right. That one. Yeah, easy enough. And you kind of make sure that she's well fed, and she seems very appreciative. She seems happy and appreciates that you're unfazed by the spiders. She says that even some of the kobolds are freaked out by that.
Yeah, spiders aren't so bad.
Mo, what you up to?
Alright, I accidentally got a proof of concept, so I'm going to try it. I'm going to dump 10 more hit points into the scrying orb, and this time I want to try to scry on the scion that we thought was a scion of the Raiju, right?
I believe
Way back
that's
in the...
correct.
It was the Ryujin.
Ryujin? Cool, I want to try and scry on the Ryujin. And see if they're all attached to a person, or...
Okay.
And then it'll be done scrying, I promise.
Just like Feck wanted.
You close your eyes and let this vision engulf you, and do eventually open up to a scene. There, you appear to be in a strange place. It is mostly flat, except for these tall spires, 5 or 6 stories tall. Everything seems to be made of glass. The ground looks like glass. These spires look like glass. You can see that deep underneath it there's some sort of stone or sand, but it is easily 3 or 4 solid feet of just glass that this place is made up of. In the distance you can see rolling ocean. You get the sense that you're probably on some sort of an island or a peninsula or something like that, or at least seaside on a coast somewhere. However, your vision is heavily obscured by this just constant downpour. of rain. There's flashing thunder, howling wind. And based on the earlier scryings, you guys can tell that it is light outside. It's early morning. The sun has come up. But in this vision, it is dark still. It is almost like nighttime. But occasionally, with each flash of lightning, you see this twisting, serpentine, dragon-like form that seems to be just kind of wrapping itself around these tall spires of glass. You see these long blue whiskers, these fins coming out from the sides of its heads, these two long, gangly, clawed hands from arms. It looks a little bit kind of like an Eastern dragon that is kind of slithering and wrapping itself around these tall spires of glass. And after the second or third flash of lightning, you notice that it looks down directly at you. And it seems to start approaching, and you can see these two bright blue eyes just gazing back at you through this orb. And it studies, and it looks, and it watches for several seconds. And then you watch as a grin kind of cracks up the side of its face. You see teeth exposed. This thing rears back, and it lets out this bellowing roar. And as it does, you watch as the raindrops all halt in place, frozen in midair. These spheres of water, just perfect globes. And several of them come together, and they form shapes. Some animals, some humanoid, and they all begin to coalesce and form on the surface of this glassen island. They all look, and it begins to mutter something in Primordial. Do you speak it?
I sure don't.
Begins to mutter something in a language that you don't speak. And all at once, all of these watery creatures disperse back into water with a splash, and the water begins to slither off into the distance along this glassy island towards the distance. And this thing takes one glance back at you through the orb and begins to kind of slither its way back off into the distance.
Well, I think I just fucked up.
I like to imagine Moat's alone in the room when that happens too.
What fornication is going on?
What did you try to scry on?
I scryed on the Ryujin, the water force.
Oh.
It looked
like the god thing, the actual thing.
well, yeah, because I scryed on the Phoenix and that worked out well, so I kind of thought,
Well, what happened?
I saw it. It's very big. Don't know where it is. It definitely saw me, and then it kind of turned all the rain into water beings and started saying stuff in a language I don't understand, and then all the water creatures just kind of fucked off in different directions.
Do you remember the sounds of what it said?
I've got a 8 int.
I like to imagine that you just say that in character. We're all like, the fuck?
Yeah, so luckily for you, Moat, trying to act, trying to reproduce something that you've heard, I typically call a performance check. So if you want to just perfectly mimic something that you've heard, you can try a performance check.
Cool.
Ooh, we can play that game where they say words that sound like other words, and then it becomes something.
I speak Aquan too.
I do as well.
Same.
I speak Aaron, but Primordial.
Give it a try.
I forgot about the air thing.
Of course.
Oh, Moat, you beautiful creature. Moat begins making some sounds that could, in theory, possibly be words, or they could maybe be whale noises.
Moat, Asher God, take my inspiration. Just do it again. We will do this together, Moat.
I'm gonna not one again.
I don't care. Do it.
If you not want to go, I'm
there we
giving it
go.
to you. Okay.
Oh, 17 is a little better. If you not want again.
It takes 2 hours, and you don't have to do it all right now. You can do it as you guys are on the road making your way out of here. But Moat just
Charade.
keeps basically playing. What is that fucking game where you?
Yeah, the
say,
game where you like say things that sound like I'm a love machine or whatever the fuck the thing
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, whatever that game is, he's making these noises, and they're vaguely similar to words. But eventually, Vasu and Norda, speaking Primordial and Aquan
I do
especially,
too.
you do also speak Primordial. Between the three of you, all kind of like fishing this out and trying to figure it out. I guess Nordo, Vasu, and Ace, give me investigation.
Can I get an advantage because I watched Jenna Marbles do it, and if you whisper it, she found out that it actually helps you say it. You find it out faster. She had an entire podcast with her boyfriend on this. I am not kidding. I watched it.
You can roll and let's see what happens.
Jesus fucking
Jesus,
Christ!
guys, you
Look
guys are
at
trying
Nordo.
so
I'm
hard
going to use my
fail
I'm going to
this.
use my inspiration.
Okay.
I mean, I am the one who speaks Aquan, so it seems fitting. Nope.
Oh,
Okay, it is fitting that Norda speaking Aquan would be one of the first to get it, but then Ace has a moment of clarity and gets it at about the same time. And it's almost a little bit underwhelming when you do get it. But you are able to tell that Moat is kind of reproducing the Aquan words for get him. All of them.
Ooh, spooky.
Burrow.
Well,
That ain't good.
Hey, Mo, this might have been a bad idea.
I came out of it and said I may have fucked up.
I'm just confirming
remember.
your suspicions.
Look, they
Yeah.
had to fall eventually. Might as well bring him to us.
True.
we will lay an ambush for them. Also,
thing doesn't-
remember when I said there were things that could find you through scrying?
yeah, that's why I didn't scry on the Pale Knight.
This thing doesn't
Oh,
have
the
okay.
Pale Knight, good lord.
It has
Phase
to
three
be in the
does
same
have one
plane as
thing.
you as well. I tried scrying on a god and that didn't work, but I think they already know where I'm at.
What is our party's average int? Because we're all fucking idiots.
We are all.
So,
I have
Mine's
20 int
14.
and I take offense.
I also have 20, but Nomad and Ace are like doing a lot of the heavy work in West.
Yeah, note that the people with the high int are the ones not scrying.
And we're just here.
I at least
Listen,
tried on my brother.
That's true.
what's the worst thing that could happen for me scrying on the fallen god who's been trying to contact me?
I just
Nothing.
deciphered this entire note by myself.
He did. I'm
What did,
actually.
proud
what
of
did
you.
it say?
I'm incredibly impressed.
I don't know what the first part says. It's like Matt Domon Mephenis gear or some shit.
Matt
But everything else
Damon?
I've got.
Matt Damon.
Can you post the whole thing real quick?
Yeah, it's 333525024 Vault 6.
Post.
Fucking Jerry shit.
Does anybody know about giant glass pillars somewhere on this plane of existence?
Giant glass pillar. Is that a history check?
I tried to describe what I saw and just, yeah.
That'd be
Did you type it in?
that'd be a history check. Nomad can make it because Nomad can always make history checks. Gale can
Did
make
I?
it, and Flick can make it. So Gale, Flick, and Nomad.
Did they teach me anything about
failed.
the region, like, at the order,
Yeah, you
or...
can make one too. They might have taught you that.
I know that Ryujin is one of the gods, but that's about
They're
it.
not aberrations, are they?
No,
Could they be?
no, they can't.
I rolled a 3. How sad.
Nomad, never heard of it. Moat, you know things about the region, but like nothing about a weird glass island or anything like that. You know that it's a powerful elemental. It's one of the 4 beings that, when combined, are considered or called the elemental locust. You would know that typically when they are split apart, it causes imbalance and elemental problems, disasters within the world. When they're in harmony, things tend to go well. Nomad doesn't know anything. Flick, you've heard stories of like an all glass island, but you've heard stories about lots of shit. You definitely don't. It's kind of like Nomad or Nordo earlier with the Big Skull Island. Like, it might be a thing, but you don't know where it is or if it's real.
Ryujin is a god, and as a fellow god, may I use a religion?
God, I've got bad news. The region is not a god.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. So
Sounds
the
more like
region
a-
is below me.
Yeah, it is a
Yes.
very powerful elemental. But Moat would definitely know that.
Oh, a water elemental. So it's not. No one worships it. It wouldn't be a religious thing.
I mean, people who worship elementals might worship it, but it's not a god in the sense that it comes from a higher plane and is omnipotent. Or
Okay.
or at least, like, very powerful. A big distinction between gods and other powerful things is where they come from. Like Archfey are typically from the Feywilds, and elementals are typically from either the material plane or one of the elemental planes, whereas gods are usually from the higher planes. And they're typically much older. Moat would know in his time and his training that elementals can and do die over time, especially when they're split apart and not working together as a cohesive locus. Definitely not as strong as a god, is what Moat would know.
I think 16 might be E, because E is the most commonly used
I've already
letter.
got it.
I know, but isn't 16 the most? Isn't E the most commonly used vowel in the English language? Or is it O?
Yeah, but I'm already using E for other things, and I also just figured out the cipher. It's all the letters match up to the numbers, just the numbers are in base 8.
Gotcha.
So,
So you solved the whole thing then.
or wait, sorry. Base 7.
Base 7.
What does that mean? You're amazing.
Is that base including 0, I'm assuming, or no?
Yes.
So 0 would be A.
No, one's A, but
So that does not include 0 then.
yeah, not including 0, but 0 as a element is still in there.
I meant more like to start with 0. I'm sorry. So when it reaches 8, what happens?
8 is 10.
8 is 10.
Actually, 7 is 10.
7 is 10.
And then 8 is 11.
Gotcha.
Anyway, after that scrying is complete, breakfast is ready. You guys get all healed up. You get your mana back. The kobolds are starting to wake up and start cleaning things up and going about their business.
Before they start getting too much about their business, I do go collect the scrying orb and just carry it.
Good call. All right, you tuck that away. Along with the other magic items that you guys found. The Gale obviously has the armor. Did anyone take the key?
I have the key. I think. I don't remember.
The air
I vaguely
key.
remember.
Yeah,
I think I have the key on me. I think I had someone identify it. The one that has like the special air key, right?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not carrying it. That's the one that opens doors. But
Yeah.
we need that. It's really cool.
That one.
I think I had Yule or Nomad identify it, but I guess it doesn't matter who's holding onto it. But if no one else wants to, I guess I can hold onto it.
It's a really good item.
All right. It's a little bit of a late start because several of you stayed up late, but nobody's exhausted. What's the plan? Where are you guys heading?
I don't even kind of understand what this key does. I've read this description like 4 times now.
The basic idea is you put this key into a door, and when you do, you can either set the key to be linked to a room. So like your bedroom back home, you would link this key to your bedroom back home. And then anywhere that you want, you put this key into another door, and it will open to your bedroom back home instead of whatever it normally
Okay.
opens to.
It's
Like
so
Monsters
cool.
Inc. But
So
no.
we could
Yeah.
we could make it go to a cabin inside our ship, and
I'm
we could
with you.
always easily
Okay.
access.
Yeah, but it only lasts 8 hours. So the cabin is probably the best place if you like traveling and we're nearby.
You mean if we used that earlier, we wouldn't have to make this fucking slog through this miserable Underdark for 2 days to get back to the ship?
In theory,
You would be able to chime in because you identified it. Unfortunately, when it's over, everyone gets shunted back out to wherever they came from.
It's the old-fashioned way it is, I guess.
What about the things?
I don't know what happens to the things. We can find out.
Yeah. If we put things in it, does it get shunted out or only us?
I think it's
Well-
just the people.
Oh, okay. That's useful to know.
Before
Excellent.
we leave, do we want to use it to link to this here scrying room so we can come back here if we need to?
Well, it only lasts 8 hours, unfortunately.
Oh.
Is it? I
The
think
the link lasts forever. When you use it to
Oh.
open the door to that room, that only lasts for 8 hours.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We could link it to this scrying thing.
And we can bring the orb back here whenever we need to scry on something real sudden.
And no one can steal it.
And no one can steal it.
I mean, unless they steal it from us.
I won't let that happen. I'll tuck it inside my shell. You won't see it again.
You have one boob. Does it make your shell full?
Pretty sure my shell's not
Just the
that
front.
flexible.
I was gonna say,
Pretty sure it's not either.
I don't know if you people have like seen where a turtle's neck like merges with its shell, but like the skin kind of grafts into the lip of the shell.
Right.
It's not like a hole. They're not like wearing a t-shirt.
It sounds like those Ninja Turtle toys.
Though.
It's not like a Koopa. You can't just boop the shell off. It's,
Yeah.
You would rip them in half.
Yeah, it'd be very unpleasant. It's part of their skeleton.
You're telling me that I can't run and then tuck inside my shell and then somehow slide along the ground faster than I was running?
No one said that.
Like a Koopa,
You can try it.
bouncing off of walls and shit.
Can we wax your shell to help you do that?
I don't see why not. Well, what do y'all say we get the fuck out of the Underdark? I need to feel the sun on my skin.
Yeah, I've got to get this dragon femur mailed off.
All right.
Do we vote? We still wanting to go check out that lava before we go?
You know, I think I've fucked around enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say it seems like playing with fire, not to be too punny.
Yeah, no, I think I'm good. Don't think we're gonna learn anything back there that don't already know.
Yeah, Flink. You guys are in the Underdark. Spoiler alert.
I didn't realize that.
Been down here for like 7 episodes.
I missed the part where we came down here, so I'm just like, oh, we're probably in like a cave or something, right? Okay.
Oh, that's right. You weren't here for that. Okay. Okay. Importantly, do you guys? I assume you bring Cherry. I assume that you guys bring all of your new kobold friends, or try to convince them to come with you.
That's up to you, Your Highness. What do you want to do with your loyal subjects? I think Gale had a brain aneurysm working too hard on that cipher.
You might have got
Let
it.
us-
Okay, and I missed it.
Let us give him some time. He is still reeling.
We can come back once he gets back. He's probably grabbing a drink or something. Do you guys do anything else before you
I'm
leave?
back.
Oh, he's back. There he is.
Sorry, I was feeding my cats.
Done.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and convince them to at least come to the surface with us.
Sure. You can either play it out or just give me a persuasion check. It's probably not going to be too difficult.
You know, like you can come to the surface with us and be safe, or you can remain here where Azudirith definitely knows you are.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point, actually. I don't have even the slightest argument against that. Yeah, me too. Nope, I don't want to die. They're all on board. How are we going to get through all the underwater bits that you were talking about, and like the scalding boiling water and stuff?
Well, I've been working on that. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take some of these reeds here, and I'm just gonna puncture them straight into your lung, and then you'll be able to breathe.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna use some still stones. It's gonna take a while.
Oh, all right. That sounded
May I
very
assist?
dangerous.
Do you think perhaps we can make still stones to blow bubbles people can live or exist in?
I mean, like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yes? Who is this Sonic?
Oh, he's just an old folk hero where I come from.
I'm gonna ritual cast water breathing on everybody.
Excellent.
So good.
All right. Yeah, Gale is able to perform a ritual. He has to do it a few times because I think it's limited to like 10 each. So it takes him like an hour of prep time to get everybody all coded up and ready to go.
That's not bad. It lasts how long? Like,
Last 24 hours.
24 hours.
yeah,
Yeah, you
that's
guys are
all
good
you.
for the whole day.
So
Is
and
this
since we
new,
have-
Gale?
Yeah, never. I mean, I've just been kind of tinkering with the idea since we came down here and kind of figured out.
You are becoming more versatile.
That's good because I was still using the large intestine of a pig for a swim bladder, so this is a major improvement.
I mean, you should probably keep that on you just in case.
Just in
You
case.
know, if the magic could get dispelled, it probably won't, but just in case, it might be good to have one in case of an emergency.
Understood.
All right. Do you guys do anything else before you leave?
I will also take I'm gonna take a bunch of my rope and I'm gonna try and I guess I'm gonna tie it to or hand it off to a couple of these kobolds.
All right.
And on a couple of them, I am going to also cast. Oh, never mind. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna tie it to the submarine
All right.
Okay.
so that people can kind of
Tow along with
be
it.
towed along a little bit.
I dig it.
Gonna link the key to the thing just to make sure. We're gonna do that, right? We're
Yeah.
linking the key to this room here.
Yeah, I think that's the right idea.
All right. You place the key into the keyhole. It kind of magically adjusts to fit, and you turn it left. And as you do, the door kind of there's a brief chiming noise, and you watch as this light, this cyan magical energy, kind of traces the edges of the door until it circles back around into the key. It shines for a bit. You can hear this faint, almost like a musical note, and the feather kind of swoops around and lights up like it's been energized. And then you pull the key back out, and it kind of hums and vibrates as you move it around. With all of your preparations out of the way, you guys start to head out. You've got a very sufficient plan. You've got a submarine.
Real quick.
Yeah.
The kobolds. There are lots of dead bodies here.
There are.
Yeah. I ask Gale and or the kobolds who are coming with us, what do they do to like mark their dead?
Mark?
The clan, yeah, like Mark, the tribe I was with, or the clan, tribe, whatever group you call them, the pack. I feel like it's called a pack. I traveled with would take one of their belongings of the dead and tie a little flag on it and mark the place where they fell for remembrance.
That's
Is that
super touching, but that must have been a really small clan, because if we took time to memorialize every kobold that ever died, that would be all we did all day. Usually we kind of have a service at the end of every month or so, where we honor the dead and we rejoice for the newly born. It's all kind of part of the cycle. You know, the tribe lives on. Sometimes if it's like a great hero or a leader, we'll you know, like if Gale died, that'd be a big deal.
A very big deal. The tribe I was with was very small.
I like it. It sounds great. If I died, I'd want somebody to, like, you know, think about me. But, you know, I'm with the tribe. I'm part of the tribe. If the tribe lives on, I live on.
Well, if you die, I will put something of yours in the ground. And remember you, Mr. Name
Eamon.
Eamon.
Yeah, it's named backwards.
Excellent name, and he scribes it into his like mind flayer orb, a page.
I like it. It's kind of fun to say.
Eamon. Name backwards.
Just don't pluralize it. Anyway, let's go.
Oh. Why not?
I'll take just a second with absolutely no talent whatsoever to just try to chisel or scratch the tribe lives on somewhere on the stonework of this place.
Excellent. I don't know if you have any like proficiency for it or anything.
Nope.
Just give me a
I've got
charisma check.
colored pencils.
It's close. You have like some artistic talent. You can give me
Yeah,
charisma or wisdom
wasn't-
check.
Yeah, wasn't painter's tools we were using for just like sculpting and shit too? Because it's basic art.
Yeah, like if you have an artistic background, you can always like try to do something. There you go.
That's so good.
You know, it's rough. You don't really have proper tools for it, and you don't have a lot of experience with it. But you're able to kind of just very quickly, in the hour or so while Gale is preparing water breathing, get that chiseled kind of behind where the statue is on this little staircase.
Perfect.
The staff, which... Oh, right. Right.
Yeah, Shul staff.
Right. Where did I put that?
So exciting actually, because it's pretty strong.
Isn't
It's
it
crazy
cursed?
strong. It's cursed such that only a stillstone dragon or kobold can
Yeah,
attune to it.
silver
Oh,
kobold.
That's good.
It's very specific.
And as we all know, there's never any hidden facets of a curse.
Ever, for any reason.
Nah. It's okay. Gale's already cursed, so you know.
He's just amassing curses.
The curses either overlap, they add up, or like one just doesn't take because there's one already working. Who knows how it works.
I appreciate more than anything that the one player who is like notoriously bothered by being like scryed on and watched and mind read, one of his first actions was to steal a golden statue whose eyes were lighting up with divination magic in a god's temple. I really appreciated it. The attunement process goes well, though. You are now attuned to the staff. I don't have a card for it. I thought I had a card for it, but I can go get what it does in a second, if you don't have it written down. And you don't notice anything like crazy happening right off the bat. Feels like a normal attunement. With that, though, and with everything out of the way, you guys venture forth back into the Underdark. You have a solid plan for dealing with the underwater segment. I guess, let me get, like, a survival check from somebody, and then maybe, like, a Tinker's Tools check from Gale to guide the submarine, or a Vehicles check from somebody.
Sure.
Do
I have
you
survival.
want...
You have survival. I'll help you.
Excellent.
I
Because
can-
it's-
Do we want to stop for that other group of kobolds also? Do we even know where they went?
Excellent.
I don't know for sure.
They said they
Cut
went
where-
somewhere with pink mushrooms, but they just kind of gave us a vague direction, I think.
They kind of told you the direction to go. They said it was about 3 miles away to look for the pink mushrooms.
Oh yeah. The mushroom kobolds. We should try and check up on. Also, pink mushrooms. Do I feel like they're poisonous?
Oh boy, I mean, just based on that description, hard to say. You can give me a nature check.
I mean, it's only 3 miles away if we want to make a brisk jog over there.
Yeah, it seems like we ought to not leave anybody behind, right? Tribe lives on and all that.
Yeah,
We are Union.
We are Union.
we are Union.
And in the final boss battle, we can have all of the kobolds soak the damage, and then we can get the kill. It's fine.
You can just
They're
kill kobolds
hardly
with this
gonna
water
soak
elemental.
This feels very culty suddenly.
One
After
circle
we all-
of death.
When we all said it back to back and then talked about like ritual sacrificing all the kobolds, it got culty fast.
That's not ritual sacrifice to kobold. Also, they wouldn't soak any damage. One circle of death would hit us and them and kill all of them.
I was about to say, you guys remember that time Alpha almost died to a circle of death? That was terrifying. I would have lost my mind if Alpha died.
Not Al.
Alright. So you guys take a short diversion. Importantly, anyone bigger than, like, Ace, there's no way you're getting through that little cavern crack. It is very much designed for kobolds, by kobolds, as a kobold secret passageway.
It's okay. I have this now, and he holds up, the skull. He unlatches the little lock, removes the mind flayer orb, gets Nibbler inside, and latches back close. It grows legs. Well, and the skull scuttles.
God damn it.
Hate that.
Yeah.
How did it get worse?
It produces another ethereal skull just in front of it, and that one scouts ahead.
Alright, you join along with Gale, who's accompanied by several of the other kobolds who want to come with.
Yeah. It's just as a backup, just in case.
Yeah, and it's only like a 15-20 minute brisk. It's a little longer than that. You guys work like the first hour or mile or so together, and then he has to do the next like 2 miles with his group, and it's probably a good 35-45 minutes. But you're able to watch the whole time to make sure he doesn't come into any danger. And eventually, this path does break open into a kind of large cavern that is lit up with this soft pink light. Nomad, you recognize these. You've definitely seen them before. They're not poisonous. They just give off light, and they're commonly used as kind of like shelter by creatures that live in the Underdark.
Oh.
And,
Are they safe to harvest?
Potentially. They're very large. It'd be kind of difficult.
That's fair.
But Gale, as you break open into this cavern, you do see that there's a pack of kobolds that has already started setting up little huts. They work fast. They're very industrial. They've kind of gathered mushroom stalks and some like moss and shrubbery, and started just building little huts and the start of a campsite down here. And as you approach with several of the kobolds that you've liberated, the kobold that you spoke to before kind of starts to walk over. And when he gets close enough to speak to you, he's like, "I'm impressed. You did it. You actually did it."
I did.
Well, I might have had the wrong idea about you. You're really going to take it all back?
I'm gonna try.
I don't know if I can speak for everyone, but I can give it my best shot. The more bodies, the better. It's got to be better than staying down here and waiting for Ozzy to find us. If the offer still stands, that is. We'd be happy to come along.
You're all welcome to come.
Alright, he goes back over and he has a brief talk. Oh yeah, what's up?
I will have to puncture some like reeds into your lungs though.
Is this like a cult thing? And he looks past you
No,
at the other kobold.
No, it's so that you can breathe underwater because everything's submerged.
Oh yeah, that's probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Science and all that.
Science, right? Of course. He goes back and they have a brief chat. Some of them look concerned, some of them look like they're in disbelief, but some of them, loud enough that you can actually hear it, like, those are the prisoners. Like, clearly they must have killed Shul. Like, we don't have to do this all the time anymore, guys. We can fight back. And after some discussion, most of them agree to come along, and the rest realize that it would be stupid to stay behind alone. And you're accompanied by several more kobolds, putting your grand total up to about 65 between the saved prisoners and now these hopefully reformed cultists. And the rest of you, about an hour and a half later, you hear footsteps and draconic chattering as Gale comes back leading a very large group of kobolds back out into the cavern with you. And thanks to another 10 minutes or so of ritual casting, which he's able to do on the walk back, everybody is kind of able to continue breathing water. You make your long stretch back through the underwater bits. You make your way to the cavern where you spent the night camping on the edge, where Moat and Vasu had their fun time playing with lava and avoiding the Bullet children. Where was that survival check? Okay, that's good.
27.
It ends up being a bit of a journey, especially trying to corral this large of a group. There is a very brief encounter with a series of cave spiders, but you guys all fight valiantly and are able to defend everyone without any injuries. And after probably moving a lot slower because of how large this group is, it's probably early in the morning, like late that night, when you guys finally do make your way back to the cave, where there had been a sinkhole at the top of Caldus Island, and for the first time in several days, can see where there would be moonlight, but instead there is blustering wind and strong rain and frequent thunder as you emerge to a midnight storm that is sweeping over the surface of this island. And you can even see in the distance your ship is kind of rocking as it is tethered, anchored to some of the stronger trees, the ironbark trees. Or not ironbark, realmouthwood trees.
As we have been going over the scrying visions we had, did every single one of us see storm going on? Is there just a storm everywhere right now? I don't know if I'm really asking you a question as much as I'm just speculating. Did anyone have a vision of outside that wasn't storming?
I had a vision of our ship, right?
You did, and there was light rain on the windows.
Okay.
I don't remember my first scrying having a storm in it, but I don't remember actually that well, so.
He was wearing a cloak that would have been very out of place for back home, except it was raining and storming and flashing lightning in the distance.
I meant the first one about my mom that I did.
Oh, that's right. That was the previous night, right?
Yep.
That was just kind of a nice, clear, sunny day.
Okay, so there's not a global storm happening or anything.
I mean, that was last night.
Well, that was last night, so it could be everywhere right now.
Moat, I don't know a whole lot about a whole lot, but how bad is it if we make a Ryujin angry?
I wouldn't recommend it. It's not look, it's pretty bad. I don't think we made it angry, though. I mean, it had found us before once already. It already sounded like it was gonna find us eventually. Not to downplay the fact that there's a Ryujin actively searching for, at the very least, me. But I mean, this is what we do. He's out of control. Somebody has to bring it back into balance.
No, I'm with you. If we need to go fight a big old water beast, I'm right beside you. I'm wondering what the scale of this is. If we are all seeing storms all over the world in our visions, is it? I don't know. Maybe it's nothing. I might be making something out of nothing.
Have I heard of elemental balance or imbalance getting that bad?
Give me a history check with. Just give me a history check.
You could give me triple advantage and it wouldn't matter. Oh, that's not terrible.
Yeah, you've definitely heard stories of locusts that have been broken for one reason or another, and it almost always results in imbalance eventually. One aspect of the locust becomes more powerful than another, and this can lead to violent storms or earthquakes or even volcanic activity. It's definitely a real threat. The You would actually probably know with an 18 that it has historically been much worse, and a lot of what the Order has done has been traveling around to different regions where they were experiencing natural disasters with the hope of kind of reuniting the locusts and ending those disasters. Sometimes successfully, sometimes unsuccessfully. But it seems like there's been that has been a frequent mission over the past 800 or 900 years for the Order. Is a thing that you would know. Is kind of piecing together broken locusts.
Okay. From what I know, this is actually not as bad as it could get. They can definitely have like a global impact if a locust falls apart. And it definitely seems like when this locust broke, the region wound up on top somehow for one reason or another.
Well, I can't imagine big storm all over the world's going to be any good for a bunch of floating islands. So maybe getting to Ismar in a bigger hurry is a priority even more than what.
Probably for the best. I also hate to keep dragging everybody into my shit, but we should probably get this Phoenix back to its home as fast as we can too.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a storm all over the entire world, that ain't just your shit. That affects everybody.
That's true. But we should probably go to Ismar because it sounds like it's getting hit pretty hard by whatever's going on.
I mean, we've weathered worse storms than this there before, but
We don't quite know how bad this storm is still. Let's just get up there and start with that. Ask Eddie Jamjar if it's actually been storming nonstop for a day or whatever.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah, you guys make your way back to the ship and kind of haul her up, and they lower a ladder back down to you. Like, oh, wow, you've got a whole lot of people with you. Oh, that's a lot of kobolds.
Make friends with them. Say hello.
Hello, I'm Eddie Jamjar. These are the other kobolds that I've been friends with. We've been singing and making food and killing time, really, and hoping that you aren't dead.
Eddie Jamjar's a halfling, right?
He is, little halfling. Curly red hair.
Well, great news, Eddie. We're not dead.
That's always good.
We sure tried.
We did our best.
So, what's the plan? Are we gonna stay here?
Hopefully not.
What's been going on up here, Eddie? Anything eventful? Weather in particular?
Yeah, it's been storming. That's pretty crazy. But we've just been bunkered up, staying indoors. I don't know. It kind of started drizzling a little bit overnight, and then the big storm rolled in from the north a few hours ago.
The north. What direction was the wind we felt again?
It was running from east to west down under that cave.
Oh, well, I don't know a correlation of that. I bring that up with everyone, though, by the way. And that sounds like anything. Flick, does this sound like a phenomenon that you're familiar with?
Oh boy, Flick could try a nature check or maybe a sailing check. It'd be difficult. I don't know if this is really his. Yeah, I mean, you know a lot about storms, but like an underwater cave vacuum sudden shift in wind is a little bit outside of that scope.
Yeah, not. I don't know how long. My mic was down. Cool.
It was certainly unnatural, from my deductions.
Well, Eddie Jamjar, I know this wasn't really the way you were headed. We told you we were going to head for Beetlejuice, but we got to make a stop by Eisenbar first. You all right going out of the way?
Oh boy, Eisenbar, that's way up to the north, isn't it? How long are you going to be there?
Hard to say, unfortunately. Got a little business to check in here for Vasadiva.
Hopefully not too long, but you know, I want to make sure that it's still there.
I hear Eisenmar has a very good selection of stillstone.
I've heard that too. Pretty good trade. Even with this storm up, we can probably get up there in 3 or 4 days. I guess it's not bad. It's better than trying to travel down there alone anyway. Sure, I'll stick around.
If you're willing to wait, we still mean to go to Beetlejuice. Maybe even next up after this. So we'll get there with you, just a matter of time.
Great, that sounds perfect.
Okay, so real quick, Nomad is going to try something. He's going to start a ritual with his hand over the skull. He's going to cast augury. And the question is, setting sail for Eisenmar. And you decide whether it's real or woe. Here, I'll cast a spell for reference.
Good results, bad results. Okay. Sure. You take a moment, and you begin to think about the travel north to Eisenmar. And you kind of focus on that thought and on that energy, and then you toss the skull into the air. And it hangs there for a moment. You watch as all of the platinum lines that have been etched into it begin to kind of glow, like they've been heated up, like the metal is this hot orange. But then all at once, it kind of just stops, and everything goes dim and dull. And it seems to just kind of hang with no particular lean one way or the other. It seems to be not a strong result one way or the other.
I am okay with this. I just lean into like Ace and say, there are no strong feelings toward this.
I'm sorry, what? He looks up from he's like trying to decipher this message. Huh? It doesn't seem very strong, you're right.
Yeah, our decision to sail to Eisenmar.
Oh. Yes. Quite.
It is neither positive nor negative.
Neutral ground. I guess that's better than bad. Yes. So.
Exactly.
He seems like really out of sorts. Like you really caught him off guard. He's just really confused on what's going on.
Oh, I can see the future a little.
Oh, that makes sense. Well, hopefully it's good.
Well, no, it is quite the median, actually.
Oh, well, I guess it's not bad, so we have that going, right?
Yes, excellent.
So everyone probably won't die.
Statistically improbable, but still probable.
Well, I hope it's not me, or you, or anyone else.
I hope it is no one, but we do have many kobolds on this ship. They are very fragile creatures.
I hope it's not anyone, but we do have many kobolds.
I'm just saying, statistically, it is
Roughly
very
8
like.
kobolds each.
Are we like hurting them? We're each responsible for 8 kobolds.
If we each get a platoon of kobolds, it's 8 each right now.
Oh my gosh, can we?
Can we start having like platoon wars and just have our kobolds fight each other?
It's
Not
gonna
lethally.
be like the new Fire Emblem games, and as we lose HP, we just lose kobolds, and we don't
We'll-
actually get hit at all.
Yeah, we'll give them paint like brushes. They'll just flick it at each other.
I was counting 8 for Yule and Patches. I feel like we shouldn't count them.
Okay, like they're resting and doing candle stuff. How many more kobolds do we get?
Patches has actually very quickly taken to one of the kobolds who is equally fascinated with candles.
Oh,
It's actually somewhere between endearing and unsettling how quickly the two of them clicked and began speaking in, like, deep candle lore. I don't know a lot about candles as a human being and as a person
you
out
know,
of
like
character.
thieves can.
But yeah, like there's
But
a whole
candle-
language there, right? Like there's a whole language of candle knowledge that just the two of them know,
Oh, look at the wicking.
right? Like there's weird terms that you've never heard before. They can probably like identify some of the techniques that have been used to like make these candles, and they're getting along just great. And he claims at least that kobold. With that said, it's getting pretty late. Are we settled on going to Izamar next session?
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Alright, cool. I'm really excited that you guys enjoyed scrying, because it means that we get to do everything that I prepped frantically for this session next session, and I get to prep it more, which is great.
I mean, enjoyed was one word.
Fair. You did some scrying. You did a lot of scrying.
We cried.
I
We
hated
needed
nearly
to, we
everything I
must.
scryed on.
Mine went pretty well.
Yours was nice.
Mine
I
was-
found treasure.
One of mine was very bad, and one of mine was totally inconclusive.
At least yours didn't aggro anything.
Hey, mine all went perfectly, okay?
It did actually. It advanced the plot. That's great.
I'm actually real glad that
Sure.
Mark did that. That's I can't say anything, but I'm glad.
That's an MVP poop right there.
Mine's
Um,
concerning, considering there's a giant goat, but not goat eyeball.
Could I do some crafting before we leave or what?
Yes, yeah, I'm still around, and we've got the crafting page pulled up, so if you guys want to do crafting,
Yeah.
now's the time to do it.
I'm not taking any of the gems here. I'm just transferring the gem from the stillstone from the short sword, the +1 short sword we got, into Elise's.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah, are you sure?
Yes, we promised that this would be helpful to you and everyone, and you're very attached to this.
Well, thank you. And whoever is going to do it, go ahead and give me a check.
Sure. What's the check?
It is either Arcana or Tinker's Tools.
Sure. I can do.
You can only benefit from buffs that are present for the entire hour.
Mhm.
So, like, Guidance would not work, Bardic would not work, but Enhanceability would work.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Does Gale, could Gale help?
Yes, you can be helped on it.
Sweet.
I have an incredibly important question also.
26.
When is the next Harvest Moon?
Let me go check. That's actually a very great question.
Because we really have to torque this cork with this pork bone fork.
Oh, right. We still have. I was wondering why you asked about the harvest moon. Like, what? Oh, right. We have a thing that might kill us.
So 26, and because it's the right color, that bumps up to a 31. The item behaves better than expected. So Elise now has a. What can really be better than just the +1 scimitar?
A +1.
Yeah, so it's a +1 magic scimitar.
We can talk. We can figure that out later. Like it's.
We'll say that it deals. It bumps the damage die up one. It becomes a 1d8 instead of 1d6.
Oh, that's so cool. We offer the sword back. It's got like. Not much changed because like we know she's very attached to it and don't want to do much.
Yeah.
But here, it's so shiny now.
Yeah,
Super
exactly.
clean.
It's not like a super huge change, but the edges are a little sharper. It hums and kind of sings a little as it's swung through the air.
It's also harder to destroy now.
Absolutely. And you do see that on the hilt, the little eyes of the golden cat just have tiny little pricks of green light.
Okay, this is excellent. Now, here's a really weird question. Can I make this skull armor for Nibbler.
Okay. Well,
When he's inside it.
yeah, what is so this would be like for Nibbler when he's out in the open or Nibbler when he's in a puppet?
Yeah. For Nibbler when's out in the open, like I don't think he can wear it well inside a puppet, right?
Right.
The idea for this is like I want to put a gem in it that lets it. Well, I think I can just do some work on it to make it function as armor, but also I want it so Nibbler, when he vanishes, the armor goes with him.
Okay. That would definitely require magic. That's definitely not something that would happen naturally. That will require magic.
I need steel stones.
Another big and difficult issue is that Nibbler is tiny and has 2 strength.
That's true. The skull is tiny.
The skull is small. It's a small creature's head. And it is bone, which is about the same weight as water or wood.
Fair.
It would probably need additional magic to make it much lighter.
Like a feather fall.
Yeah, something like that. With that said, both of those are things that could be accomplished by stuffing some stones into it.
Yeah.
And it would offer it a little bit of protection, probably, I'd call it like 13 plus Dex Max 2, which would bump him from a 10 to a 13.
Yeah,
and also
I'm not looking for too much, just slightly better than
And it would also make him look like a Skulltula, which is a huge plus.
Yeah.
So I would say, to make it lighter, you could use either white or black for that. And then to make it be able to vanish away would be blue. So you would need... let me just total this all up.
I'll make sure to buy some of these nice and Mar for later. The idea is like, oh, if he dies, my special skull is just gonna lay on the ground there, and I can't retrieve it. 4 white, black, 1 C, 4 blue, 0. Excellent.
And again, you can use different colors, you just don't get the +5 bonus to it if you crafted them.
That's understood. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I tell you again how wonderful your crafting here is?
I'm glad you guys are
That's so
liking it.
nice.
I've been having a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, but are we ever going to try Dynamic Initiative?
Whenever you guys are ready, I'm ready. Maybe the next arc we'll try Dynamic Initiative. I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm scared. We gotta write some special stuff. I'm so happy for Elise's scimitar.
She seems very happy with it too, and she kind of gives it a try. Big old smile as she starts just kind of doing a little bit of sword handling with it. It feels great.
I produce that ethereal skull again. It's indestructible, so I asked her to like attack it.
Yeah, she'll kind of spar with it and take some swings. I guess let me go pull this up.
You know, it's kind of like that floating orb thing that shoots lasers in Star Wars.
Excellent.
It just bumps against her harmlessly, but she gets to like bad at it. I think.
Takes her a second to kind of adjust to it.
It's like, oh, its wings faster. Weirdly.
She's slowly getting the hang of it. It's not her strongest.
I mean, that definitely hits. But ooh.
Hits with the broadside. Maybe Elise should never ever swing the sword for any reason.
It's okay. She's very like I feel like she's kind of attached to it in a way where she doesn't want to swing it but now it's magic, so she's gonna get used to it.
Yeah, she does kind of later on, and after all of this training session is over, take a look and notices that it's not scuffed. It doesn't need to be whetstoned. It's good. Like, it's resilient. It has gained the additional resilience that all magic items have. In fact, I think with all of those stones in it, it just gained like 30 something extra HP. So it's very sturdy now.
Yay!
I'm
glad.
I'm not sure if it matters, but I do want to try to send off all these crafting materials before we head to Eisenmar.
Sure. If you guys want, you can fly back down to Red Bark Port, which is just right at the base of this island, and they do have a little like market there. They also have a mail service if you want to like mail it to somebody.
Yeah. Okay, so I will send the dragon scales, the bone, and 75 platinum to my dad and ask him if he can finish the rest of the plate armor that he started making for me.
Okay, that was dragon scales, dragon bone, and 75 platinum.
Correct.
Okay. Easy enough. That's a lot. They are going to have to charge to get that moved. But they can do that. Let me double check a thing. Okay, so you got two options. You can either go through the standard Will and Quet post, and they will just take it by ship overseas, and that will cost you 10 gold pieces. And it'll be kind of slow because they won't sail in the storm. They will wait until the storm is over and then they mail it out. Alternatively, there are plenty of traders and other mercenary ships, not really mercenary, but like independent trade ships that come in and out of this port. And if you wanted to, you're reasonably confident that you could potentially pay one of them to do it and it would go in the storm. The risk there is that instead of working through the state, you're going to an independent trade ship and who knows what will happen to it.
Right. But there are none of the people like that do the instant stuff here. I can't remember what those companies are called.
Right. DAL and ADL. This place... this place is too small for it. They were very common in Valdalance, and then even back home you guys had them on, every once in a while. But this place is just too small to really have one of those.
Okay, if that's the case, then actually I'm not going to send any of it then.
Okay. Works for me.
Will you help me
Also,
make
I
a,
deciphered the first part of that message.
Excellent.
Matt Common, Mechanist, Gear 33352500241, Volt 64403.
Did you miss that Gail posted that like
Gail already
half
did
a
that.
I saw him
all
post
finished that, like, 2
something, but
hours
I
ago.
didn't actually get all of that, so I was
It
really
was
confused.
literally everything you just did.
Literally, that whole
No, he had
message
16.
is-
He had 16 AT3 030
Scroll slightly further down.
I saw all. I did see some of that, but I didn't get that he got part of them, all of the message. So I
Either
got the
way.
16 through 16 part of it.
Either way, I'm very proud of you for also getting it solved.
Listen, I've been working on this for a while because his. I thought he was just being a smartass. It was just typing out random letters that he saw in there, and I'm like, wow, what a smartass.
Nope.
It's true, though, it turns out.
Totally legit had it the whole time.
Okay, well, the part that when I scroll up to it, all I see is 16. Okay, now I see it. This part. But when you posted it visually, it was 16 AT030 1660. So I'm like, okay, he didn't solve it. He's just needing help.
No,
Yeah, because originally
Amazing.
I needed help, and then I posted it, and then I figured out what the cipher was. And it was just like, oh, I just wasted a bunch of time.
Well, I just wasted a bunch of time too, but I feel really good about myself. So there's
This
that.
is just
Proud of you.
this is just the access to like the armor you're wearing now.
Before, when we were doing puzzles in, I think it was the observatory, and we found that box, and it was like there's 4 different ciphers based on numbers, and there was like Mechanist had a certain counting number, Infernal did as well. What was Mechanist's counting? Like, what was their base?
It's just like ready to go. He just has it queued up.
Yeah, I think it would have been
base
base
7.
7 too.
Okay, so base 7. So we need base 7 to decipher it again.
No, like the main cipher was base 7.
So the clue that we got was just more numbers that mean nothing.
I think that these numbers are like the code for a lock or something,
Like the volt that we picked.
possibly.
Oh, Because that's the gear you're wearing right now, right? The Mechanus.
No, that's the Arcturus mobility apparatus, is what you're thinking of.
What was the base value that Celestial used, or Sylvan, or whatever it was?
Celestial.
Celestial.
Yeah, you would note like this was Celestial. It's a dialect of Celestial, specifically a dialect that is used on Mechanus.
Okay.
Although I guess you
okay.
don't
Gotcha.
really get a lot of dialect from just numbers, but you know, there it is.
Guys, remember that place? We took all that gold from
I
that weird
do.
zombie.
Yeah.
We were like level
Yeah.
5.
Should we go back?
Yes.
We'll put it on our list of places to go. It's gonna
Right.
be fun.
Our list I don't think is that long right now. It's Eisenmar, Beetlejuice, wherever the fuck they're taking me and Ace's people.
Yeah.
And Fireboots Roost. There's also Delicacy, but that's on the back burner.
I told you there was treasure in our near future.
I guess Nordo's supposed to go home too, based on that letter, but I don't think I trust that.
We should do that. Also, yeah, Arcturus is important. That's
Arcturus. Okay, never mind. We have like 10 places we want to go.
it's quite a bit.
Also like Storm Cellar, but I don't know if we're ready for that.
We should be after all of our trips.
I'm eventually gonna scry my mom, and she's gonna be dying, and we're gonna have to go to Seatoll.
Yeah,
It's
there is
okay.
like
Can everyone
The
just have,
archdevil
stop
in the
having their
background.
parents dying? Stop having family members that are just having death. Just don't have a
Oh,
family.
yeah,
Hey,
Archdevil. I
D&D
forgot
is so
about
much easier.
I
Don't
said,
fix your family.
I left my parents out of this campaign. Thank you very much.
Well, look at Nomad. Nomad has no one. He's perfectly fine.
It's
Not even
I
true.
worried.
have you.
He
I thought I only
he
had
has me,
one.
but I'm right here.
You could die any moment because of your HP. It scares me.
Yeah, but I can be 600 feet away, so I'm probably.
You gotta just be like Ice and have parents that are just like at home running a bin and nothing's happening
I
with
mean,
it.
that's
Hey, not my fault that you
Motu.
made my mom a drug lord.
Hey, listen. When you write your DM a blank check that says your mom went missing and you don't know anything about it at all, something's gonna happen.
Yeah, learned that lesson. What's up,
I mean,
Caleb?
I'm fine with it.
So
too.
with one of the platinum bars that we got, I just want to shave off a little bit and use my smithing tools to make a couple of rings out of it.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Easy peasy. You can give me a check if you want to see how nice they turn out.
Also, I was only being a little sarcastic about the Harvest Moon question. Do we know?
Oh,
when the next
right.
one
Yeah, let me go
is?
check that.
And finally, did that whole journey back up through the Underdark take less than a day, or did we get another short rest somewhere in there?
You guys got back super, super late at night. And actually, because you went back down to the port to check on shipping, you would have gotten one more short rest, and we will go and do it. Nothing crazy happens.
Okay.
So it is now Wednesday. Gale, you're able to make a very, very nice set of platinum rings. Then full moon closest to the autumnal equinox. And it is September 4th. Oh shit, actually, it might be kind of close.
Oh, did we get a short rest?
Yeah, another
Now?
short rest.
Excellent.
Mana, mana, mana.
Mana.
Yeah, so there's not like a fixed date, but it's about 15, 20 days away. Do any of you guys, I can't remember if any of you guys have any farming experience. I don't think anyone does. There's no Thack here.
No.
Wouldn't
Oh,
No,
but
but
Flick would know.
because of
Yeah,
yeah.
Flick would definitely know. So Flick would know that it's probably going to be somewhere around the 22nd, 23rd.
So far away. I want to pork this pork bone fork cork.
You want to pork the pork fork?
I want
Elise,
to pork this cork fork.
Elise seems equally excited and does mention once more that she has honey.
I forgot that's an option. You can just do the honey yarn thing. Let's just start next session with that, even though there's a global storm and islands are falling out of the sky. Let's just start
Don't pull a Sochi.
Let's just do it without Sochi. He'll be so
No,
mad.
I'm being that. Don't be like, here. Let's derail the entire thing and possibly kill ourselves right before we do something important.
Listen.
Okay, but
you-
we got
We walk
free
into a new
pizza from
city
that,
and we're
okay?
inside of a very, very valuable place. Let's just open this jug.
You know that deep
Draw a
down,
card.
I'll always be Toklo. I'm just an agent of chaos, even though Nordo isn't.
I was gonna
I'm
say
pretty sure I had one session with Toklo, and I'm pretty sure I died, and
Toklo-
then
I think
your
so.
familiar
He
saved us.
dimension doored
You
on
did-
top of the dragon, then fell off of the dragon.
you did die,
Oh,
and it
yeah.
was almost directly Toklo's fault.
I was very directly Toklo's
Yeah.
What do you mean almost
Toklo-
directly?
Toklo was a Sochi character before a Sochi character was a thing.
That's right. My sweet, sweet Toklo.
And then your familiar
Rest in
drew
peace.
from the deck and saved our lives.
Yes, he did.
Good times.
Marshalk.
And
May
then
he
we
rest in
never
peace.
played those characters again.
Never, ever again.
I don't even know anything about my character other than the fact that he had a lot of names. Maybe that's
I
the thing with me.
remember
I just always
mine-
have 1,000 names for my character.
Mine was a were-tiger, but I literally never got to do it because there was never a time that it made sense to.
I think it's because
my
you got the
sister was a
proficiency.
drug lord, and she gave me all of the drugs all the time.
I think it's also because you got the proficiency for being a were-tiger when you weren't a were-tiger, like for your range attacks.
I think so. So it was like there was no point in ever using it.
I'd like to purchase some yarn and honey in Redburn.
Easy enough.
You don't need honey. You already have honey.
Well, we probably need more anyway.
more honey.
Honey is very good.
always good.
This seems like the right place to buy yarn and honey.
Yeah, they definitely
That's where
have
about the
both.
pork too.
They have both, and it is inconsequentially cheap.
Excellent.
When you
What
give the
does
ring to
Dragon Brain taste like?
when you give the ring to Marvel, it's like, this is sudden. What is this? What is this about?
It's to keep you safe.
Oh, I appreciate it. Is this going to be dangerous?
No, it's not even magical.
No, I mean, are we going somewhere dangerous?
Well, you never know. We're on an airship, so
I understand. And he kind of rubs the back of his neck. I know that we've been on some grand adventures in our time, and we killed all of those strange shark things that one time. But, I don't know if I'm cut for adventuring these days. I'm happy to come along, of course. Anywhere but that cell. I'd love to go home, and I'll help any way that I can, but what I'm trying to say is, I don't know if I should be in the thick of it.
I'm not expecting you to. I just, like, if something happens.
Okay, understood. But it's not magical, it's just a ring?
Just a ring.
Just a ring?
Unless I do something to it, and then
Ah, I see, of course.
it's got a short duration. So, like, if something happens, I'll use some magic, and then that'll hopefully keep you a little safer.
Well, I will wear it with pride. And he kind of slips it onto a finger. Ah, a good fit.
What do you know about fixing engines?
What's an engine? He would know what an engine is. He made a fucking submarine.
I was to say.
Marvel.
He's sorry.
We
He's going
stole
a little
his
senile.
armor.
He's getting a little old.
How old is
The
Marvel?
old bones and
Like 700 years old. He's
Feeble
in
in
the
the
end of his cobalt life.
Marvel, for the record, looks pretty old for a kobold.
So
maybe-
he's big, right?
Yeah, he's real big. He's bigger than Gale. Probably almost as tall as Ace. He's like maybe 40s, maybe 50s.
Don't kobolds live to be super fucking old?
If they live, yeah.
So he's not like old for a kobold. He's just old for a kobold who doesn't have got himself killed.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty old for a kobold.
I think he just encountered the ghost. Those tend to do that.
Now that I'm on the surface, can I primeval awareness again?
Sure. You get everything you would expect. Humans here at the port, a few up on top of the plateau, the druids presumably. No aberrations except for Nomad, and now Nibbler. And that's it. People on the docks.
No aberrations?
No other aberrations.
Please don't make me regret having this one. Please throw 1,000 aberrations at us. That's all I ask.
I'm sure it'll come up at some point.
Thank you.
I can tell you honestly that if you had picked something that I knew was never going to come up in this campaign, I would warn you that you're making a terrible decision.
Like plants.
Thank you.
Well,
We never.
Or like you did with that one time that I played a ranger who chose aberrations as his favorite enemy, and I think there was one in the whole camp.
yeah, there weren't a whole lot, but it did come up during the Jerry and Trace arc a lot.
It's true.
Well, thankfully we have Nomad, so like if I ever have to kill him,
Yeah.
I got it.
I mean,
Yeah,
you know where I
always
am.
an
I
right?
won't because he's my best friend. But if I have to, I won't hesitate.
I would rather it was you.
Like when he almost got absorbed by Crybaby or whatever. I don't even know what happened. No, he didn't get absorbed. He just got mutated to fuck.
He got a lot of extra like limbs and other things he didn't need.
You've seen that movie, The Thing. Just imagine the crab head.
Alright, yeah, let's go and wind up here. Next session, we will head towards Isomar and possibly play with this jar of dirt. And then,
Yeah.
With the dirt.
Go from there.
I mean, we got
Am
a
I
3 days
allowed-
voyage. We've got to just do it,
I hope you guys just do it.
Am I allowed to use any of these like still stones? Just a question.
I'm gonna check with the party, but it's a party resource. Like,
Just
these ones
if
in the
anyone has
yellow-
any plans.
These ones
Yeah.
in the yellow are obviously all Gales, who spent a ton of
Yeah.
money on it, and then Boss was
Absolutely.
those ones.